Chapter 260. The battle between Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin shook the soul and caused the arrays around the stage to ripple. In this situation, if a normal expert at 6th or 7th sky were to interfere, they would most likely die. However, at this moment, a little gray cat the size of a palm didn't seem to feel anything as it drunkenly entered the battlefield, staggering with each step. Some of the girls below the stage screamed in fear. The little thieving cat seemed to be walking on a tightrope. If it wasn't careful, it would be smashed to pieces. Traces of electric currents and wavy blades exploded and tumbled on the martial stage. Almost at every moment, there was a rumbling sound. Gulu! The little thieving cat's eyes were blurry, and it rolled on the ground just in time for a green blade of air to pass by its head. Immediately after, it rolled sideways as if drunk as mud. It rolled on the ground, avoiding a sweep of electricity. It wasn't just the people watching this scene. Even Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin, who were fighting, broke out in cold sweat for the little thieving cat. "Don't do anything rash," Zhao Feng roared. The little thieving cat had a mysterious connection with him, but at this moment it was too drunk and its consciousness was in a blurry state, so it didn't hear his words. It really was drunk. Zhao Feng's face twitched. Looking closely, the little thieving cat's current state was extremely strange. Not only was it drunk, it was also in a mysterious state. The drunkenness of the little thieving cat had merged into its bones. Its body senses created a superhuman instinct that allowed it to dodge or block, resolving the danger around it. Thus, a scene that caused everyone to be astounded appeared on the arena. Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin fought fiercely. A little drunk cat was between the two, walking drunkenly and letting out drunken burps. Lu Qinxin felt that something was wrong and was slightly wary at first, but she found that the little thieving cat's consciousness was in a blurry state, as if it was drunk, and didn't have any instincts to attack. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had a hint of worry on his face, which meant that even he, the owner, couldn't control the situation. Time slowly passed. The two of them had gotten used to the little thieving cat's existence and were attacking each other, not paying much attention to it. Furthermore, the little thieving cat was too small, only the size of a palm. It was easy to overlook. However, many people were paying attention to the little thieving cat, especially the females. "What a cute kitten! This kitten is amazing." The eyes of these young girls were filled with stars as their attention was completely attracted by the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat seemed to be drunk and clumsy, but it was actually extremely agile. Up until now, it hadn't suffered any real damage. Perhaps it didn't even realize that it had unknowingly gained a group of fans. The flooding Lake City Lord stared at the little thieving cat for a while with furrowed eyebrows. The flooding Lake City Lord could see Zhao Feng's bloodline talent, but not the little thieving cat. Could it be a heavenly variant? He was clearly a newborn, yet he was able to comprehend the profound meaning of the drunken steps. An alcoholic kitten? The flooding Lake City Lord became even more interested. The little thieving cat's performance made the flooding Lake City Lord look at Zhao Feng even more highly. After all, no matter how strong the little thieving cat was, it was still Zhao Feng's spiritual pet. Soon, an hour passed, and the true force within Zhao Feng's body was rapidly being used up. In reality, he didn't try to conserve his true force in the fight and just fought with all his might. On the other hand, Lu Qinxin was calm. After all, she was at the half-step true spirit realm and could last another half a day without a problem. And if this continues, I'll be able to lose fair and square. Zhao Feng calculated in his heart. He didn't want to win this battle and didn't have much of a chance. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he stared at Lu Qinxin's white veil. This girl is extremely mysterious and likes to travel. She has a comb similar to First Elders. I'm not even sure of her age. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Was this Lu Qinxin the same person as the one he was looking for? Were they related? It'd be great if I could see her appearance clearly. Zhao Feng couldn't help but think, but he knew it wasn't possible. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for Zhao Feng. If the battle dragged on, his true force would start to weaken. On the other hand, Lu Qinxin was becoming more and more courageous. Zhao Feng was at a disadvantage. Under normal situations, if Lu Qinxin suppressed her cultivation to the seventh sky and Zhao Feng attacked fiercely in the first hour, he would have a chance of winning. However, he had purposely used up his true force and didn't have any hopes of winning. Scanning the battlefield, Zhao Feng suddenly found the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat was still walking drunkenly. Its pair of black gemstone eyes glanced at him with a hint of smugness. Good chance. The little thieving cat's more or less awake now. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. If the little thieving cat was awake, Zhao Feng could give it simple instructions through their connection. Meow meow. The little thieving cat understood Zhao Feng's intentions, and its drunken steps suddenly turned and approached Lu Qinxin. Lu Qinxin was currently suppressing Zhao Feng and had long since gotten used to the little thieving cat's existence. When the little thieving cat was 5 or 6 yards away from her, Lu Qinxin suddenly became wary. At this moment, the little thieving cat's drunkenness had dissipated and it charged towards her. Shwa! Suddenly, the little thieving cat's body flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. The crowd instantly went into an uproar, mostly from the screams of the girls. Bum! So. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he circulated his bloodline power, and the Luoho Bao was fully activated. At the same time, the azure sharp swallow in midair counterattacked even more fiercely. Stealth? Lu Qinxin's eyes were as clear as autumn water. While she was dealing with Zhao Feng's attacks, she spread her spiritual sense and scanned everything within 10 yards. Although she was only at the half-step true spirit realm, her spiritual sense wasn't any weaker than normal true human rank cultivators and could instantly break through stealth and illusions. However, the next instant, Lu Qinxin revealed a look of panic. Her spiritual sense didn't find any traces of the little thieving cat. Meow meow. A sound sounded in her ears. Lu Qinxin felt a palm-sized gray cat appear on her shoulder. What? Lu Qinxin wasn't the only one. The expressions of the flooding Lake City Lord and some experts at the true spirit realm changed. At this moment, Lu Qinxin was dazed. The little thieving cat bared its teeth at her and then, as if it was playing a prank, lifted her white veil. Shwa! When the veil fell, an ethereal beauty was revealed. Her eyebrows were like a poem. Her eyes were like autumn water. Her nose, lips, and teeth were like a natural lotus. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. She was like a goddess from a painting. At this moment, the noisy crowd suddenly fell into a dead silence. Countless spectators were dumbstruck. Their gazes were dull as they fell into unprecedented amazement. This kind of soul-shaking beauty made Zhao Feng slightly dazed, and then he was slightly disappointed. The Lu Qinxin in front of him was much younger than he had imagined. She didn't even look much older than Zhao Yufei. At this moment, the girl's face was filled with shock and then anger as her face went red. Her expressions and actions showed that she wasn't very old. For some reason, Zhao Feng felt anger and hatred from Lu Qinxin, and her gaze towards him was extremely complicated. Meow meow. The little thieving cat immediately realized that something was wrong and disappeared from Lu Qinxin's body. In the next instant, the aura of the half-step true spirit realm was released from Lu Qinxin's body, and her hair blew in the wind. Zhao Feng couldn't breathe. At this moment, his true force had been used up, and if Lu Qinxin attacked, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Lu Qinxin's emotions were slightly unstable and complex. You took off my veil! Ah, Zhao Feng was dazed. Luckily, Lu Qinxin managed to calm herself down and stop herself from going berserk. Meow meow. The little thieving cat returned to Zhao Feng's shoulder and was slightly puzzled. It then flipped a bronze coin in the air with its 2 paws. Ding! The old bronze coin landed in front of the little thieving cat's paws. The cat revealed a bad expression and quickly hid back into the spiritual pet bag. Only Zhao Feng was left facing the angry Lu Qinxin. This little thieving cat. Zhao Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth. As long as something went wrong, the little thieving cat would immediately run away. At this moment, Lu Qinxin's expression was obviously unfriendly. To be able to see Lady Lu's face, this trip was worth it, and I have no regrets. However, this one is a shame that I'm useless and can't match Lady Lu's martial prowess. Zhao Feng immediately cupped his fists and admitted defeat. It wasn't hard for everyone to see that Zhao Feng wasn't Lu Qinxin's match. Zhao Feng had lasted until now before losing, and he had even taken off the veil of the daughter of the city lord. Although he had lost, it was an honorable defeat. This one will be leaving now. Zhao Feng smiled awkwardly, and with a hum of lightning, he turned into a faint figure and flew away from the stage. The spectators smiled and gave friendly gazes to Zhao Feng, but they didn't stop him. Father! Lu Qinxin was slightly angry and embarrassed as she looked towards the flooding Lake City Lord. Someone stop him! The flooding Lake City Lord exclaimed, and the sky seemed to shake once or twice. His voice was like thunder. Zhao Feng, who was running away, stopped and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A powerful true spirit realm aura pressed down on his body and almost froze his blood and true force. Shua! Shua! 2 experts at the true spirit realm flew out from the spectating stands and restrained Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was relatively calm and knew that resisting was useless, so he immediately yelled, "This one is no match for Lady Lu and has lost the betrothal contest. Why is the city lord doing this?" The 2 experts at the true spirit realm brought Zhao Feng in front of the flooding Lake City Lord. Hee, son-in-law, don't panic. Since you've taken off Qinxin's veil, you're fated to be my son-in-law. The flooding Lake City Lord smiled and waved his hand, telling the 2 true human rank experts to let go of Zhao Feng. Son-in-law? Zhao Feng was completely dazed. What was going on? At this moment, Lu Qinxin had put on her veil and appeared in front of the flooding Lake City Lord in a flash. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger as she stared at Zhao Feng. Please teach me, City Lord. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Ever since they met, the flooding Lake City Lord had been scheming against him. He first forced him to attend the wedding, then told Lu Qinxin to suppress her cultivation, and now gave him the title of future son-in-law. Qinxin's master left a will before she died. The first man to take off her veil would be her future son of heaven. The flooding Lake City Lord was overjoyed. Ever since he first saw Zhao Feng, he had his eyes on him, and the latter's performance had surprised him time and time again. And now, Zhao Feng was the one to take off Lu Qinxin's veil. It was fated. That's not right. The one who took off her veil wasn't me, it was that cat. Zhao Feng angrily retorted. Chapter 261. The person who took off her veil wasn't me, it was that cat. Zhao Feng couldn't help but cry out. The person who took off the veil wasn't him. So how could he be blamed? At the critical moment, he wanted to pull the little thieving cat down with him. But the little fellow had already hidden into the spiritual pet bag and was sleeping. Don't try to deny it. That thieving cat is your spiritual pet, and its actions are also under your orders. As a beast tamer, spiritual beasts are your weapons. A smile of success appeared on the flooding Lake City Lord's face. The people nearby all congratulated the flooding Lake City Lord. Congratulations to the City Lord for getting such a good son-in-law. We're going to attend the City Lord's wedding. Many of these people were at the true spirit realm and were extremely respectful towards the flooding Lake City Lord. Their words were filled with flattery. Zhao Feng finally understood that the flooding Lake City Lord was able to cover the sky with one hand. Everyone agreed with the flooding Lake City Lord's words, without any objections. Right now, even if he had 100 mouths to cry out, it would be useless. Zhao Feng's thoughts spun, and he soon thought of a plan. Now that things have come to this, it's impossible for me to reject this marriage. I can only continue to beat him at his own game and gain the trust of the flooding Lake City Lord before I have a chance to escape. Zhao Feng knew that going against the flooding Lake City Lord was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Since going against the flooding Lake City Lord didn't work, then he would go with the flow. Zhao Feng soon acted as if he could only accept reality, helplessly. Good brat. My daughter's looks and temperament are both hard to find. She even gave way to you in the martial arts competition. Which part of her isn't good enough for you? The flooding Lake City Lord's expression was slightly grim as an overbearing aura of the true spirit realm spread through the air. Even those at the true spirit realm nearby felt pressured. Zhao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "This junior only wishes to see the city Lord's daughter's beauty, so this trip will not be in vain. As for marrying Miss Qinshin, this junior thinks that I am not worthy of her, so I don't dare to have such a delusion." Hearing this, the flooding Lake City Lord's expression warmed up and he smiled. "You don't need to belittle yourself. The person this city Lord has chosen will never be wrong." The people around him laughed it off. In everyone's eyes, the fact that Zhao Feng could become the flooding Lake City Lord's son-in-law meant that he was climbing up the social ladder. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt the jealous, envious, and unwilling gazes of the numerous young geniuses below the stage. Lu Qinshin's eyes were filled with a trace of bitterness and unwillingness. Obviously, in her heart, Zhao Feng was not the ideal husband. This was because Zhao Feng was younger than her. More importantly, his cultivation and strength were inferior to hers. In this aspect, no one in the younger generation of the flooding Lake City could meet Lu Qinshin's requirements. Her ideal husband should be a man of indomitable spirit, or an unparalleled comet genius who could create miracles and was unparalleled in the world. However, this azure-haired, one-eyed youth in front of her didn't meet her requirements in terms of appearance, age, cultivation, and achievements. But what could she do? Her master had left such a will, and even told her to change her name to Lu Qinshin. Her original name wasn't Lu Qinshin. Could it really be fate? Lu Qinshin was unwilling as she looked at the son of destiny in front of her. The more she looked at him, the more bitter and complicated her heart became. Zhao Feng had already regained his calm, and he calmly responded to everyone's congratulations. "Lu Yuan, from today onwards, Zhao Feng will be staying in the city lord's palace. Go back and tell the family." The flooding Lake City lord ordered. "Yes." Lu Yuan said respectfully. Zhao Feng was originally a talent that the Lu family had recruited, but now that he had become the city lord's son-in-law, they were one family. "Congratulations, brother Zhao. You're so lucky to be able to marry Lady Qinshin." Lu Yuan's emotions were complicated. He was filled with envy and unwillingness. What kind of fortune did this brat have? Not only was Lu Qinshin's status noble, her beauty and temperament were top-notch. Even her cultivation and talent surpassed the younger generation of the flooding Lake City. Such a talented and beautiful woman, a woman who combined nobility, beauty, and wisdom into one, would be a dream for anyone to marry her. "Qinshin, take Feng or back to the palace first. I'll be there soon." The flooding Lake City lord said to his daughter. Lu Qinshin faintly nodded her head and turned into a slender, white figure that flew into the city lord's palace like a graceful swan. Zhao Feng could only follow, and with a crackle of lightning, his figure faded as he entered the city lord's palace. Lu Qinshin's speed was extremely fast, and she purposely passed through some buildings, trees, and fake mountains. Her figure soon disappeared from sight. She seemed to want to get rid of Zhao Feng. But no matter how big the city lord's palace was, it was still a city within a city. Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto Lu Qinxin's position, and he quickly followed. Lu Qinxin sat in the living room and thought that the azure-haired brat would definitely have to spend some effort to get here. However, just as she was sipping her tea, a crackle of lightning came from outside. Zhao Feng then slowly walked into the living room and sat opposite Lu Qinxin. Could it be that he's very familiar with the city lord's palace? Does this person have any ill intentions towards me or the Lu family? Lu Qinxin was shocked, but she was also suspicious. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhao Feng was inspecting the first wife of his life. She had an elegant figure, slender but not lacking in curves. Her eyes were like the autumn water, and her eyebrows were like a brush. She had a poetic aura to her. From a certain point of view, Zhao Feng found that he couldn't find a reason to reject her. However, he had seen quite a few beauties in his life, and his heart had always been as calm as water. Lu Qinxin saw Zhao Feng stare at her and felt disgusted at first. However, she couldn't feel any other thoughts from his gaze. It was pure admiration. This surprised Lu Qinxin. Over the years, although she wore a veil, most men couldn't hide their desires when they looked at her. The youth in front of her seemed to be covered in a layer of mist. His eyes were sharp and didn't avoid her gaze. Just like that, the two of them sat facing each other in silence, until the flooding lake city lord walked into the living room. Feng, from today onwards, you will stay in the city lord's palace. It's best if you don't leave the flooding lake city. Someone will take care of everything for you. The flooding lake city lord sat there. Zhao Feng didn't object. He stood up and suggested, "This junior isn't prepared for marriage. Furthermore, this concerns Miss Qinxin's happiness. I hope it won't be rushed." He was afraid that the city lord would force him to marry Lu Qinxin immediately. In that case, all of Zhao Feng's plans and schemes would be for naught. Hearing this, the city lord smiled. "Don't worry, it won't be that fast." In reality, the flooding lake city lord didn't want Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin to get married so quickly. Before that, he needed to investigate Zhao Feng's background. It could be said that the flooding lake city lord and Zhao Feng both had their own plans. That night, Zhao Feng was placed in the city lord's palace, and he enjoyed good treatment. He had his own villa that was near a mountain and a river. The housekeepers and servants of the city lord's palace were also extremely respectful toward Zhao Feng. Everyone knew that he was the future young master of the city lord's palace. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged, and his god spiritual eye looked around the villa. In order to prevent Zhao Feng from sneaking away, the city lord sent a total of 4 experts at half-step true spirit realm and 1 at the true human rank to watch him. This flooding lake city lord really thinks highly of me. Zhao Feng's heart dropped. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Luckily, his plan had started. As long as the flooding lake city lord didn't force him to get married immediately, there was hope. A few days ago, Zhao Feng didn't move. Apart from cultivating, he would go to the city lord's palace's hidden book pavilion and expand his knowledge. Being the flooding lake city lord's son-in-law, apart from a few forbidden areas, Zhao Feng was unobstructed in the city lord's palace. Of course, the 4 experts at half-step true spirit realm and 1 at the true spirit realm would also keep an eye on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng calmly increased his knowledge in the hidden book pavilion and even came into contact with some profound skills. Through the city lord's palace's hidden book pavilion, Zhao Feng gained a deeper understanding of the Canopy Great Country and the entire northern continent. After a few more days, Zhao Feng slowly walked out of the city lord's palace. According to the flooding lake city lord's intentions, as long as Zhao Feng didn't leave the flooding lake city, no one would stop him. If Zhao Feng was willing, he could even have a large group of guards following him. In these days, the flooding lake city lord had investigated Zhao Feng's background and found that he wasn't from the Canopy Great Country, but from a remote area. Knowing this, the flooding lake city, Lord relaxed. He was mainly worried that Zhao Feng came from an enemy force and had bad intentions towards the Lu family. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's background was very clean, and he didn't come from the great country. Instead, he came from a remote area and didn't have any enmity with the Lu family. On this day, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. In his mind, the 3-story pavilion that represented the lightning inheritance could be seen clearly. The first floor of the pavilion was bright and clear. I'm about to reach the peak of the first floor of the lightning inheritance. Zhao Feng was full of expectation. The lightning inheritance had a total of 3 floors, and if he could reach the peak of the 3rd floor, he would have a chance to break through to the origin core realm. From this, one could see how powerful the floating crest palace was. After all, those at the true lord rank were the rulers of a region, and those at the origin core realm were only heard of in legends. At this moment, Zhao Feng let out a breath. The escape plan in his heart had been completed, and he was at least 80% confident. On the same night, the flooding lake city, Lord summoned Zhao Feng. Apart from the flooding lake city, Lord and Lu Qinqin, there were also a few other people in the hall. Even the head of the Lu family was present. Today, the flooding lake city, Lord summoned Zhao Feng for the engagement. Zhao Feng, the wedding is in half a year. What do you think? The flooding lake city, Lord asked. Nothing. I'll listen to the city, Lord's arrangements. Zhao Feng respectfully accepted the order. The flooding lake city, Lord nodded his head in satisfaction. Lu Qinqin, on the other hand, couldn't help but be disappointed. She hoped that Zhao Feng would stand up bravely and reject the engagement, even though he would die a horrible death. Looks like he's the same as other men. He can't resist the temptation of wealth, power, and beauty. Lu Qinqin sighed. Since Zhao Feng didn't reject the engagement was successfully set for half a year later. Lu Qinqin helplessly became Zhao Feng's fiancé. As for Zhao Feng's escape plan, he would start to plan it. Chapter 262. After the engagement ended, Zhao Feng and Lu Qinqin walked out of the hall side by side. On the way, Zhao Feng silently followed Lu Qinqin like a couple. Soon, they were about to reach the building of the city, Lord's daughter. Lu Qinqin's body stopped and her eyebrows furrowed. Why are you following me? Her face was cold, and her impression of Zhao Feng worsened even further. They had just gotten engaged, and Zhao Feng was already impatient, following her the entire way as if he had bad intentions. Talk. Zhao Feng's expression was calm. He realized that after entering the city lord's palace for so many days, he hadn't had a good talk with his fiancée. Talk? Lu Qinqin misunderstood Zhao Feng's meaning and harumphed in her heart. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're engaged. We're only engaged. Please respect yourself. Lu Qinqin's face was cold and reserved. Her white veil covered her beautiful face that could bring disaster to a country. Zhao Feng was stunned speechless and quickly added, Just. Talk just. Lu Qinqin's face, under the veil, couldn't help but turn red. She saw that Zhao Feng's expression was calm and there were no other thoughts in his eyes. There was even a hint of solemnity. It seemed like the other really just wanted to talk. Please. Lu Qinqin's attitude was cold as she brought Zhao Feng to the pavilion in front of the building. She didn't seem to have any intentions of inviting Zhao Feng in. In Canopy Great Country, the customs weren't conservative. After getting engaged, it was normal for a couple to visit each other. Zhao Feng didn't mind and sat facing Lu Qinqin as a maid brought them tea and snacks. Lu Qinqin's eyes were clear and noble. She didn't even look at him as she waited for Zhao Feng to speak. You guys leave first. Zhao Feng waved his hand and the two maids left, acting like he was the city lord's son-in-law. Lu Qinqin smiled instead of getting angry. She wanted to see what Zhao Feng wanted to talk to her about. She had already regarded Zhao Feng as a rascal who who wanted to climb up the social ladder. He must be thinking of ways to please her at this moment. The sad thing was, did she really have to marry this person? However, Zhao Feng's following performance made all her plans fall through. Previously on the martial arts stage, I saw a jade comb in Qinqin's hand. It just so happens that I also have half a comb in my hand. It's somewhat similar. With that, Zhao Feng took out half a jade comb and placed it on the stone table. Lu Qinqin exclaimed in surprise as she took the jade comb and studied it carefully. She even used a special method to infuse a strand of true force into it. Suddenly, an incomplete Lu character appeared on the front of the jade comb. That's right. This is the legacy token of the Lu clan. How did you get it? Lu Qinqin put down the comb. When Zhao Feng heard this, a trace of joy appeared between his brows. This is the keepsake that Master entrusted to me. I hope Qinqin can give me some pointers. Which branch of the Lu clan does this jade comb come from? Lu Qinqin was slightly dazed. This was the first time she had seen Zhao Feng's face filled with joy and expectation. In comparison, during the engagement, Zhao Feng didn't have any obvious changes in his emotions. Lu Qinqin found that she couldn't see through this youth at all. He didn't seem to care about marriage at all, nor did he care about her at all. In the Lu clan, only the main clan and the 7 branch clans have this kind of token. As for which branch it comes from, that's a secret of the Lu clan. It needs to be verified at the clan law hall. Lu Qinqin's eyes spun as she gave an answer. So, this jade comb doesn't come from the Flooding Lake Lu clan? Zhao Feng asked. That's right. Lu Qinqin took a sip of tea. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. It seemed that Lu Qinqin and the person he was looking for weren't from the same branch family. However, from Lu Qinqin, Zhao Feng narrowed down the range. The person who received the letter would only be from the main branch of the Lu family or one of the 7 major branch families. Currently, the Flooding Lake Lu clan was the first to be eliminated. With this, the list in Zhao Feng's mind once again appeared. After elimination, there were 2 people that fit the criteria, Empress Qin and Goddess Qin. Empress Qin was from the Imperials and was the concubine of the Canopy Great Country's emperor. The Zither goddess had joined the Qin Sword Palace and was an elder. Both Empress Qin and the Qin goddess were big figures that were hard to see. Thank you for your advice. If you can confirm which branch this jade comb comes from, Zhao Feng will be eternally grateful. Zhao Feng got up and said his goodbyes. Lu Qinqin sat on the ground and froze. She could sense Zhao Feng's disappointment. Zhao Feng's interest in her had greatly decreased, and it seemed like he had no interest at all. Could it be that he's looking for me just for this? Lu Qinqin was surprised, but she also felt a sense of defeat. At the start, she thought that Zhao Feng was acting mysterious and was playing hard to get. However, in the following period of time, Zhao Feng lived a life of isolation and didn't contact her. Zhao Feng didn't have the mood to play games. He still needed to plan how to escape the marriage. The first step was to repair the Yin shadow cloak. The second was to increase his cultivation and strength. Zhao Feng had gathered all the materials needed to repair the Yin shadow cloak, but he was still missing a few rare materials. If I can repair the Yin shadow cloak, it will greatly increase my chances of escaping and hiding. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. It was best not to let the Flooding Lake City Lord know about this. However, repairing the Yin shadow cloak usually required a blacksmith. Zhao Feng asked around and found that there were 2 blacksmiths in the Flooding Lake City. One of the blacksmiths had a good relationship with the Lu family. The other blacksmith was said to be more skilled, but he had a fiery temper and didn't give anyone face. His relationship with the Lu family was average, and there had even been some conflicts between them. And I'll find the fiery, tempered blacksmith. His skills are higher, and more importantly, he doesn't have a good relationship with the Lu family. Zhao Feng confirmed his target. This blacksmith was known as Taigon Master, and his attainments could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Canopy Great Country. Even the flooding lake Lu family didn't want to offend him. However, the difficulty of finding Taigon Master was several times higher. Zhao Feng obviously had to make some preparations. First, he had to find out what Taigon Master liked, and only then would he be able to act. Before he was confident, Zhao Feng wouldn't act easily. In the 2 months after the engagement, Zhao Feng focused on cultivating and comprehending the lightning inheritance, mental energy techniques, and some beast tamer techniques. The flooding lake city lord placed great importance on him, and seeing Zhao Feng's hard work, he gave him large amounts of spiritual pills and resources. The Canopy Great Country was rich in resources, and the resources given by the flooding lake city lord greatly increased Zhao Feng's cultivation. In the 3rd month after the engagement, Zhao Feng's cultivation reached the peak of the 6th sky. The reason why he increased so quickly was because of the resources provided by the flooding lake city lord, and also because Zhao Feng had fallen from the 7th sky to the 6th sky. There's still 3 months left, and I have a high chance of returning to the 7th sky. The first level of the lightning inheritance has basically reached the great perfection level. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. In his spare time, the flooding lake city lord would even give pointers to Zhao Feng. Of course, as a beast tamer, Zhao Feng would also help tame some of the unruly beasts in the city lord's palace when he had time. Because of this, Zhao Feng had comprehended the spirit communication technique of beast tamers. This secret technique could be used to communicate with spiritual pets and understand their language. In reality, the spiritual language technique was a branch of mental energy techniques. As long as one learned this technique, they would be able to communicate with most beasts with mental energy consciousness. There were a few beasts in the City Lord Palace whose strength had reached the true spirit realm. Normal beast tamers wouldn't be able to easily tame them. However, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat appeared together, and they were able to understand the symptoms of the spiritual pets and give them the right medicine. The little thieving cat didn't need to learn the spiritual language technique and could communicate with any spiritual beast. The little thieving cat didn't need to learn any of the methods of cheating. Even wild beasts at the true spirit realm were quickly cured by it and Zhao Feng. The flooding lake city lord was very satisfied with Zhao Feng's performance in the City Lord Palace. The most important thing was that Zhao Feng was very obedient and didn't do anything out of line. He didn't even touch his fiancée's hand. Qin, don't be too cold to him. The flooding lake city lord tried to persuade his daughter. Lu Qin was speechless. She was very cold to Zhao Feng, but the latter ignored the existence of his fiancée. Father, am I really going to marry this one-eyed dragon? Lu Qin was slightly unhappy. A light flashed in the flooding lake city lord's eyes, and he laughed. Do you really think he's a one-eyed dragon? Do you think father's eyes are that bad? Could it be Lu Qin felt that there was a secret in Zhao Feng's left eye? This was because Zhao Feng wasn't a normal one-eyed dragon. He was calm and didn't have any violent tendencies. This brat's bloodline isn't simple. If I'm not wrong, it should be a rare eye bloodline. According to the records, after the ancient desolate era ended, the 8 great god eyes were born and ruled the world. Yearning appeared in the flooding lake city lord's eyes. 8 great god eyes. Does father guess that he has one of them? Lu Qin exclaimed. Impossible. The flooding lake city lord shook his head and smiled. That's just a legend. However, the 8 great god eyes are the ancestors of all eye bloodlines. There are many eye bloodlines that are related to the 8 great god eyes. Even a tiny bit of the 8 great god eyes bloodline gives you an advantage that normal bloodlines can't compare to. The 8 great god eyes have never appeared in the history of the continent. No. However, several tens of thousands of years ago, a legendary person with a special eye bloodline opened the heavens' legacy inheritance. That was the famous three-eyed heavenly lord in the history of the continent. Legend has it that he became a void god realm sovereign martial emperor. The flooding lake city lord faintly smiled, just as the city lord and Lu Qinshin were chatting. Reporting to the city lord, Zhao Feng has arrived at the outskirts of the flooding lake city. Should we stop him? A ghost-like figure appeared beside him, as if it was just a shadow of nothingness. Outskirts? Does he want to leave the flooding lake city? The city lord asked. His target seems to be Taigon Mountain. Taigon Mountain? He wants to find Taigon Grandmaster? The flooding lake city lord revealed a playful smile. Taigon Grandmaster? The old man with the fiery temper? Back then, he didn't even give face to my father, and they parted on bad terms. Isn't Zhao Feng afraid of being rejected by him? Lu Qinshin smiled. Chapter 263. The outskirts of the flooding lake city. On a dark and swarthy mountain, only a few trees could be seen. The entire place was barren. This mountain was called Taigon Mountain, and although it didn't look like much, it would be a huge mistake to underestimate it. A mountain wasn't famous because it had celestials. A water wasn't deep because it had dragons. The Taigon Mountain was famous in the flooding lake area and was named after its owner, Taigon Master. Meow meow. The human and cat stepped onto the Taigon Mountain as if there was no one else around. The little thieving cat happily jumped around on the mountain. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye scanned over the Taigon Mountain and caught the dense heaven earth fire Yuan Qi. Ever since he stepped onto the mountain, the temperature had obviously risen. There's definitely lava in this Taigon Mountain and even earth vein fire. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. He had dabbled in the path of forging and wasn't any weaker than normal blacksmiths. However, compared to a grandmaster, there was an insurmountable gap. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat walked up the mountain and didn't ride the azure-sharp swallow. Before leaving, Zhao Feng had already found out that Taigon Master didn't like people disturbing his peace and even forbade his pets from staying on the mountain. Soon, a silver palace appeared on the top of the mountain. This palace was called Taigon Palace, and it was where Taigon Master forged items. At this time, there were some people entering and exiting the mountain. Most of them had disappointed expressions as they returned without any success. Taigon Master doesn't see guests, and even his 3 disciples' spots have been arranged for half a year later. Most of the people coming and going were at the Ascended Realm. In the Canopy Great Country, martial arts were prevalent. Whether it was the mortal world or the sect world, strength was everything. If a true spirit realm expert came, the Taigon Palace would send someone to meet them. Or if the guest had some sort of background or identity, they could be accommodated. When Zhao Feng took out the flooding Lu token, the people from the Taigon Palace only glanced at him and didn't say anything before letting him in. The relationship between Taigon Master and the flooding lake city lord wasn't good. But the Lu family was the overlord of this generation, and the Taigon Palace wouldn't offend them. A man and a cat entered Taigon Manor. At the same time, in a secluded place near Taigon Manor, he entered Taigon Mountain. Quickly report to the city lord. 3 men in dark robes stood behind a pile of rubble. One of them quickly left. Whoosh! Not long after Zhao Feng entered Taigon Manor, another dark-robed man also slowly snuck in. He flashed a token in his hand, causing the expressions of the guards of Taigon Manor to change slightly. Ever since the groom search competition, a total of 4 half-step mortal shedding stage cultivators had been secretly monitoring Zhao Feng's every move. At the beginning, there was even an expert at the true spirit realm. On one hand, the flooding lake city lord wanted to find out more about Zhao Feng. On the other hand, he was worried that Zhao Feng would escape. However, ever since Zhao Feng moved into the city lord's mansion, he had been well behaved. He cultivated quietly and even helped tame the spirit pets of the city lord's mansion. Gradually, the flooding lake city lord started to trust Zhao Feng, and started to admire him. Half a month ago, the true spirit realm cultivator monitoring Zhao Feng had been taken away. After entering Taigon Manor, Zhao Feng wasn't received. Even if he said that he was the son-in-law of the city lord, he wouldn't receive much attention because it was understood that the relationship between the Flooding Lake city lord and Taigon master wasn't good. Zhao Feng thought for a while before entering an exhibition hall within Taigon Manor. Within the hall, there were all sorts of items including weapons, armor, jewelry, etc. Some of these items were personally made by Taigon Master, while others were made by his disciples. All of them were of high quality and made people sigh in admiration. Zhao Feng casually looked at a few and found that even the items made by Taigon Master's disciples were better than some of the older blacksmiths of the Broken Moon clan. As for Taigon Master's own items, they were even more perfect and were like treasures of art. The spectators exclaimed, including some blacksmiths who came because of their fame. Many experts and blacksmiths wanted to buy some of the items. However, most of the items here weren't for sale. They either needed the agreement of the owner, or the price was ridiculously high, exceeding the value of the item by 10 times. All in all, it was extremely hard to buy the items here unless one's cultivation was high enough to talk to someone with power in the Taigon Manor or had enough connections. These works were mainly for exhibition. To put it more bluntly, they were used to show off Taigon Manor's forging abilities. Zhao Feng casually picked up a scarlet gold long sword and lightly touched it. The material of the sword had been smelted to the extreme, and the surface of the sword was like a mirror. What broken sword? The refining method is so shoddy. A disdainful voice sounded. Instantly, the hall was dead silent. Everyone's gazes landed on an azure-haired youth. Who's this brat? How dare he slander the items of the Taigon Manor? Isn't he the son-in-law of the city lord? The people in the hall were either surprised or discussing. A small amount of people recognized Zhao Feng's identity. Ding! Zhao Feng flicked the body of the sword with his finger. The smelting of the material isn't bad, but the quality of this weapon isn't worth the materials used. It can be said that it's just for show. As he spoke, he shook his head, causing everyone to look at him. Little brother, what do you mean? One of the blacksmiths who had heard of Lin Fan's reputation said indignantly, Look, the main material of this sword is purple iron gold. The purple iron gold's true force conductivity isn't bad, and it's very beautiful. However, its weakness is that its weight and sharpness aren't good enough. This sword's purple iron gold was actually more than a third of its weight. Although it was mixed with profound ice iron and 100 refinements profound steel, increasing its hardness and sharpness, its weight was still on the low side. It affected its lethality, and the hardness did not reach the ideal level. If it were to clash with a blunt weapon, this sword would break easily. After Zhao Feng finished, he couldn't help but shake his head. In reality, the weakness of this sword wasn't obvious. It was just that its weight was on the low side and its toughness wasn't up to the ideal level. There was more purple iron gold in it because this sword focused on conducting true force and increasing its damage. The lightweight was because this sword focused on increasing speed. Furthermore, this sword was placed in the exhibition hall because it was beautiful, so there was more purple iron gold in it. However, normal people wouldn't be able to see these fine details. After all, this sword's true force conductivity was strong. Its power was shocking, its speed was increased, and its sharpness was also great. It could be said that it was beautiful and had great damage. As for its toughness, it wasn't ideal, but it wasn't bad either. However, Zhao Feng's eyes were sharp enough to pick out the bones in an egg. After hearing his explanation, the blacksmith beside him couldn't help but nod his head. There are indeed some flaws, but they don't cover up the beauty. Who's there? Who dares to slander the works of the Taigon Palace? The blacksmiths and apprentices of the Taigon Palace glared angrily as they charged over. Hee, the great Taigon Palace only has this much breadth of mind? Only we are allowed to praise them but not talk about their flaws? Zhao Feng laughed coldly and ignored them as he continued, "This is only one of the reasons. The toughness of this sword is average, and with the addition of Mystic Ice Steel, once it meets a powerful fire attribute weapon, the cold and heat will clash, causing the material of the sword to change shape and even shatter during battle. Mystic Ice Steel can increase damage, and after special smelting, it can make the body of the sword as smooth as a mirror, without a single drop of blood. Once again, you're pursuing aesthetics over practicality. What a failure!" The nearby blacksmiths were dumbfounded as they listened. If Zhao Feng was speaking nonsense, they would just laugh it off. However, what he said wasn't without reason, and his words reflected his rich knowledge and understanding of weapon forging. After picking out the flaws of the purple iron sword, Zhao Feng picked up a black iron whip beside him. "Look, this whip is made with black refined soft steel." At that moment, everyone's attention in the hall was attracted by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng talked nonstop as he analyzed the materials of each weapon, focusing on the flaws and inadequacies. The blacksmiths of the Taigon Palace were all dumbfounded. Zhao Feng's actions were like finding fault with a bone in an egg. However, he was able to draw inferences about other cases from one instance and magnify the flaws infinitely. How can he know the materials of each weapon so well? Even the proportion and temperature are so precise. Usually only a master or an extremely experienced old weapon refiner would be able to see so much content at a glance. One of the blacksmiths couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Quick, go tell the 3 core senior brothers. First senior brother is in seclusion, second senior brother is out, and third senior brother seems to be meeting an expert at the true spirit realm." The blacksmiths of the Taigon Palace were slightly anxious. The blacksmiths present were completely intimidated by Zhao Feng and didn't have anyone to take out. What was even more frightening was that Zhao Feng would casually pick up each piece of work and casually point out the materials used and their flaws. If this continued, the reputation of the Taigon Palace would be tarnished. This guy's probably here to cause trouble? The blacksmiths couldn't help but take a deep breath as they realized something. Should we kick him out? No. He has the Flooding Willow token and is the son-in-law of the Flooding Lake City Lord. The Flooding Lake City Lord and Master don't have a good relationship. Could this have been done by the City Lord? The Taigon Palace obviously had experts at the true spirit realm, but they didn't know what to do and started to suspect. This was the territory of the Flooding Lake City, and Zhao Feng's identity was different. Behind him was the Flooding Lake City Lord, so they didn't dare to make a move. More importantly, the flaws of each of Zhao Feng's items were clearly stated, and the nearby blacksmiths agreed with him. If the Taigon Palace forcefully kicked him out, wouldn't they be guilty? "Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble in my Taigon Palace?" A furious voice descended from the sky, accompanied by a powerful true spirit realm aura. This aura was even stronger than the first elder of the Broken Moon clan and was close to the true mystic rank. "Master! Taigon Master!" The hearts of the people in the hall jumped. As soon as these words were said, a red-robed, tall figure appeared in the main hall, holding an iron hammer in his hand. His entire body was surrounded by a towering flame that was about 3 meters tall, looking extremely ferocious. Everyone in the Flooding Lake City knew that Taigon Master was famous for his temper. At this moment, many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Hee, Taigon Master, you're finally willing to come out." Zhao Feng smiled in his heart as he put down the item in his hand and said slowly, "Master Taigon, you're a Taigon Master. I've come this time to represent my master, the Thousand-Hand Grandmaster, to challenge you." Chapter 264. Flooding Lake City. Reporting to City Lord, we've confirmed that Zhao Feng has entered Taigon Mountain. A dim shadow bowed and said, "The Flooding Lake City." Lord nodded his head inwardly. The reason why Zhao Feng was heading to Taigon Mountain was most likely to pay a visit to a forging master. Is there anything else? The illusory shadow did not leave. Zhao Feng went to Taigon Mountain with the intention of causing trouble. The Shadow's voice was somewhat hesitant. What? Create a scene? The flooding lake city lord's brows twitched as he exchanged glances with his daughter. Their first reaction was, "This Zhao Feng, how dare he?" What kind of person was Master Taigon? Putting aside his true spirit realm cultivation, just his attainments in smithing could be said to be number one in the flooding lake area. In the entire Canopy Great Country, Taigon Master's smithing skills could be ranked in the top 10. Back then, the relationship between the flooding lake city lord and Taigon Master was strained, and they couldn't do anything to each other. If Zhao Feng really wants to cause trouble, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. The flooding lake city lord's expression was solemn. Zhao Feng's identity was special. In the flooding lake city, he not only represented himself, but also the flooding lake city lord. There was no other reason. Zhao Feng was the son-in-law of the flooding lake city lord. The relationship between the flooding lake city lord and Taigon Master wasn't good to begin with. If Zhao Feng continued to cause trouble like this, it could be seen as the flooding lake city lord's own intentions. Father, Taigon Master's cultivation hasn't even reached the true mystic rank, and he's not a blacksmith. Do we need to be wary of him? Lu Qinxin didn't understand. She knew a thing or two about her father's strength. He didn't even put normal true mystic ranks in his eyes, and had even challenged those at the true lord rank. It could be said that as long as a true lord rank didn't appear, the flooding lake city lord could look down on everyone. Such a big shot shouldn't have to worry about a master refiner. The identity behind this Master Taigon isn't simple. He had a close relationship with the Iron Blood religion. Rumor has it that he's even the Iron Blood sect's personal weapon craftsman. As the flooding lake city lord said this, his brows furrowed even more. Iron Blood religion. Hearing this, Lu Qinxin's expression changed immediately. Zhao Feng was in trouble. In Canopy Great Country, the one emperor, 3 sects for families. These 8 powers had the power to cover the heavens. The leader of the 3 sects was the Iron Blood religion. It was even stronger than the main branch of the Lu family and the Qin Sword sect. Not to mention the flooding lake Lu family. Even the main branch of the Lu family was wary of the Iron Blood religion and didn't dare to offend them. The current situation in Canopy Great Country was that the Imperials and the Iron Blood religion were like fire and water. The Imperial family was the ruler in name, while the Iron Blood religion was the state religion. No, I have to go to Taigon Mountain myself. As soon as the flooding lake city lord finished speaking, his figure disappeared and the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. I'll go take a look as well. Lu Qinxin's eyes were cold and even gloating. Humph! This Zhao Feng actually dared to use his status as the city lord's son-in-law to swindle people. Now he must have run into a snag. Taigon Manor. The hall was completely silent with the arrival of Taigon Master. I've come this time to represent my master, the Thousand-Hand Grandmaster, to challenge you. Only Zhao Feng had a smile on his face. Flames rose from Taigon Master's body, and he was obviously angry. However, as soon as Zhao Feng finished speaking, Taigon Master's arrogance decreased by 30%. Thousand-Hand Grandmaster? Taigon Master's body froze, and his face was filled with shock. The Grandmaster rank was obviously a level higher than the Master. The Thousand-Hand Grandmaster that Zhao Feng said stunned Taigon Master was a master. Very amazing. Could it be higher than a Grandmaster? Of course. The Thousand-Hand Grandmaster was just a random name that Zhao Feng made up to scare people. Thousand-Hand Grandmaster? There doesn't seem to be any new blacksmiths on the continent. The most recent blacksmith of the northern continent passed away 100 years ago. A wave of discussion came from within the hall. There were many blacksmiths present, but they had never heard of the Thousand-Hand Grandmaster, at least not in the northern continent. Young man, if you're purposely causing trouble in the Taigon Manor, I won't show mercy even if you're the son-in-law of the flooding Lake City Lord." The anger on Taigon Master's face hadn't disappeared, and his voice contained a trace of coldness. However, he didn't act rashly at this moment. The azure-haired youth in front of him had a trace of weirdness. Furthermore, Taigon Master had seen Zhao Feng picking out the flaws in some of his works with his spiritual sense. According to Taigon Master's judgment, Zhao Feng's attainments in blacksmithing weren't bad, and his eyes were sharp. In this aspect, he could be compared to ordinary blacksmiths. But what was worse was that this fellow was purposely finding fault. After all, there was no such thing as a perfect work in this world. Zhao Feng had infinitely magnified the negligible flaws of each work. "Haha, my master is a new blacksmith grandmaster that was recently born in the Middle Continent. I've come this time with one of my master's works to challenge the blacksmith experts of the Northern Continent." Zhao Feng started to bluff without batting an eyelid. The Middle Continent was far from the Northern Continent. Furthermore, according to what Zhao Feng knew, the Middle Continent was more prosperous. Most of the people present had never been to the Middle Continent, and the master that Zhao Feng spoke of was a new blacksmith grandmaster of the Middle Continent. They naturally couldn't find any flaws in his words. The work of a blacksmith grandmaster. A light flashed in Taigon Master's eyes. "Pa!" Zhao Feng snapped his fingers. "Meow meow." The little thieving cat was hugging a wine flask that was even bigger than itself. It landed on the ground and greedily drank a mouthful of the wine. "This is one of my master's works from a long time ago," Zhao Feng said as he raised his hand. The gazes of everyone in the hall were attracted by the wine flask in front of the little thieving cat. The wine flask was ancient and made of a special material. The instant Taigon Master's spiritual sense swept over it, his expression changed, and he asked, "What's the use of this flask?" As soon as he finished speaking, "Meow meow," the little thieving cat drank the remaining wine in the flask and then poured in some water. The water in the flask started to slowly change. Taigon Master's spiritual sense swept over, and he instantly felt that something was wrong. He flew over and looked at the flask in fascination. Zhao Feng smiled but didn't say anything. He had heard that apart from Taigon Master's fiery temper, he also loved to drink. The flask in front of him could turn normal water into fragrant wine. It was extremely magical. Zhao Feng had looked through ancient records and didn't know that such a work hadn't appeared in the current world of blacksmiths. This flask came from the mysterious 100 Graves forbidden ground that even those at the true spirit realm couldn't escape. Zhao Feng coughed lightly and interrupted Taigon Master's fascination. It was obvious that the skill of this flask and its magical effects stunned Taigon Master, and he couldn't let go of it. "Little friend, let's go somewhere else and talk." Taigon Master squeezed out a smile and invited Zhao Feng into the hall. Everyone present had their mouths agape. Taigon Master was famed for his temper, and he was on the verge of exploding just now. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was treated as a guest by Taigon Master with just a few words. "Apart from the true Lord rank a few months ago, I've never seen Master treat someone like this." The blacksmiths and students in the Taigon Palace looked at each other. Many people even guessed, could this azure-haired youth really be the disciple of a blacksmith grandmaster? Taigon Palace in an elegant hall. Zhao Feng sat with a smile on his face. Taigon Master inspected the flask in his hand, and his expression would change from shock to infatuation before finally sighing. A while later, Master Taigon spoke. "State your purpose for coming." "The closest weapon refining grandmaster in the Northern Continent is my master. This old man knows a thing or two about the famous blacksmiths in the Middle Continent." Zhao Feng smiled. It looked like the 1,000-hand grandmaster had been seen through. However, he had achieved his goal and was able to talk to Taigon Master. "I've come this time to ask Master to repair 1 or 2 items." Zhao Feng first took out the luoho bow and arrows. The instant Taigon Master took the luoho bow, His eyes lit up and he said in a low tone, "Exquisite." Suddenly, his hand touched the dark blue symbol on the luoho bow, and he couldn't help but take in a light breath. Unbelievable. The aura of the ice soul symbol might be related to the ancient ice-spitting dragon lizard or the descendant of the ice dragon. Taigon Master sighed at the ice lotus symbol. Zhao Feng couldn't help but think back to the Dragon Snake Ice River on the floating crest trials Sky Boundary Island. The entire river was filled with coldness, and the mysterious crystal tear in the pond was a forbidden existence that could even freeze those at the true spirit realm. If the power of the symbol was a bit stronger, it might be able to create a spiritual grade weapon. Unfortunately, Taigon Master shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Feng was overjoyed. He didn't think that the potential of the luoho bow would be so big. The main item he wanted to repair was the Yin shadow cloak. The luoho bow was just a test, and he didn't think that he would get such an answer. After a series of negotiations, Zhao Feng and Taigon Master came to an agreement. Taigon Master wanted to help Zhao Feng increase the power of the luoho bow as well as repair another spiritual grade item. However, Zhao Feng needed to pay for the materials. Correspondingly, Zhao Feng made an exception and asked Taigon Master to give the wine flask to Taigon Palace so that he could study it for a while. In reality, Taigon Master was the first to ask for the wine flask. The materials needed to upgrade the luoho bow would be free, and he would even give 1 or 2 items. However, due to the little thieving cat's strong opposition, the deal failed. After the agreement was made, Taigon Master wanted to test Zhao Feng's skill in forging and found that Zhao Feng's understanding of forging was limited to theory and practice. Zhao Feng's powerful learning ability allowed him to dabble in the Tao of medicine, arrays, and blacksmithing. All the knowledge would merge into his memory with the god's spiritual eye. Because of this, Zhao Feng had memorized almost all the materials and how to use them. Little brother's eyes are unique and your talent is extraordinary. You're truly a genius in the path of forging. Are you willing to follow this old man into the world of forging? Taigon Master's eyes became fiery. Right at this moment, a powerful true spirit aura appeared in the clouds above Taigon Mountain. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi became uneasy and everyone's mind shook. May I ask why the Flooding Lake City Lord has come here personally? The expression of the true spirit realm expert guarding the Taigon Mountain changed dramatically, and he found it hard to breathe. The Flooding Lake City Lord asked, "Is my useless son-in-law here? If he causes any trouble, I hope that the Taigon Mountain will forgive him." Chapter 265. The Flooding Lake City Lord's arrival placed the entire Taigon Mountain under great pressure. Even those at the true spirit realm felt uneasy. After all, the Flooding Lake City Lord could be said to be the ruler of this area. His strength and fame shook the entire Flooding Lake City. Legend had it that the Flooding Lake City Lord was a rare genius of the Flooding Lake Lu family when he was young. In this generation of the Flooding Lake Lu family, he had the highest chance of reaching the true Lord rank. Luckily, from the Flooding Lake City Lord's attitude, he didn't seem to have any enmity and just wanted to find his son-in-law. "City Lord, you're too serious. Your son-in-law is currently talking to Grandmaster and is fine." The true spirit realm cultivator guarding the Taigon Palace had a courteous expression. The Flooding Lake City Lord was briefly stunned before he slowly retracted his aura when he landed in the Taigon Palace. "Are you sure he didn't cause any trouble?" The Flooding Lake City Lord asked again. A blacksmith within the palace smiled bitterly. "Your son-in-law originally wanted to cause trouble, but after meeting Grandmaster, he was invited into the inner hall." "That's right. I've never seen anyone who came to cause trouble be treated as a guest by Grandmaster." The blacksmith apprentices were also in disbelief. The Flooding Lake City Lord's expression was extremely colorful as his eyes twinkled. Soon, Lu Qinshin followed closely behind and entered the Taigon Palace. The daughter of the city lord is also here. Looks like the son-in-law of the city lord is highly regarded by the Lu family. The people within the Taigon Palace started to discuss. Lu Qinqin found that her father's expression was weird. Did Zhao Feng cause trouble? Lu Qinqin asked quietly. Her emotions were complex and conflicted. On one hand, she pitied Zhao Feng, but on the other hand, she hoped for this result. If Zhao Feng caused trouble and disappointed her father, he might even be heavily punished. However, the Flooding Lake City Lord didn't reply immediately. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng and Taigon Master walked out of the inner hall side by side. Zhao Feng and Taigon Master had come to an agreement, and both sides were satisfied. However, Taigon Master was slightly regretful about Zhao Feng's talent in blacksmithing. Brother Zhao, come visit Taigon Mountain when you have time. If you are willing to devote yourself to the path of artifact forging, my doors are always open for you. Master Taigon sent Zhao Feng out with a warm smile. This scene made Lu Qinqin's expression change, and she was stunned on the spot. Didn't Zhao Feng go to Taigon Mountain to cause trouble? Why was Taigon Grandmaster treating him as an esteemed guest and treating him so courteously? Anyone could see that Master Taigon was very fond of Zhao Feng. In comparison, Taigon Master's meeting with the Flooding Lake City Lord was indifferent, as if they were strangers. All right, Great Master, in a few days I will gather the materials and visit again. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Zhao Feng and Taigon bid their farewells. After walking out of the Taigon Palace, the Flooding Lake City Lord and Lu Qinqin looked at Zhao Feng in shock. The young man in front of him seemed to have added another layer of mystery, making it difficult to see through him. Under the questioning of the Flooding Lake City Lord, Zhao Feng calmly explained what had happened. The reason why Zhao Feng was valued by the Taigon Grandmaster was because of the mysterious wine flask and his extraordinary forging talent. After hearing the explanation, the Flooding Lake City Lord and Lu Qinqin looked at each other. The Flooding Lake City Lord looked deeply at Zhao Feng. He originally thought that he had seen through this brat, but he didn't think that the latter would still bring him a surprise. How about this? You're already engaged to Qinqin, so you can be considered a member of the Flooding Lake Lu family. The materials needed to repair the Luoho Bao will be provided by the city Lord Palace. Apart from that, you should try your best to have a good relationship with Taigon Grandmaster. The Flooding Lake City Lord waved his brush and gave Zhao Feng a large sum of money. Thank you, Senior No Father-in-law. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. In the agreement with Taigon Grandmaster, the materials needed to repair the Luoho Bao would need Zhao Feng's help, which would cost around 1 to 200,000 primal crystal stones. This was because the little thieving cat didn't agree to the mysterious wine flask, or else Taigon Grandmaster would give him a discount. Zhao Feng had been worrying about this matter, but he didn't think that the Flooding Lake City Lord would solve it with a single sentence. The Flooding Lake City Lord nodded his head in satisfaction, and his evaluation of Zhao Feng increased. Lu Qinqin, on the other hand, didn't feel good. If this continued, Zhao Feng's position in her father's heart would become more and more important. At the same time, the layer of mystery around her fiancé was becoming more and more unfathomable. A young beast tamer, superb archery skills, and unknown bloodline, a forging talent that even Taigon Grandmaster admired, and that mysterious little thieving cat that could turn invisible. How many more secrets did this youth have? Lu Qinqin finally realized that her fiancé wasn't a normal person. He definitely wasn't simple. However, this person was becoming less and less interested in her. After the engagement, he had always been busy and almost ignored her. Thinking up to here, Lu Qinqin bit her teeth and sent off Zhao Feng's leaving figure with her eyes, wanting to say something. After returning to the city lord's palace, Zhao Feng used the connections of the Flooding Lake Lu family to gather the materials to upgrade the Luoho Bao. These costs were all paid by the city lord's palace. Zhao Feng also shamelessly used the public funds because he still needed to repair the Yin Shadow cloak in secret. There were still a few materials missing, and they were also included in the list. He was now highly regarded by the Flooding Lake City Lord, and the housekeeper of the City Lord's palace was very polite to him and didn't ask about the list of materials. In less than 10 days, all the materials needed to upgrade the Luoho Bao had been gathered. Zhao Feng took the materials and headed straight for Taigon Mountain. Taigon Palace. I'm lacking an assistant to upgrade the Luoho Bao, and I need you to help me. Taigon Grandmaster made a request. No problem. Zhao Feng knew a thing or two about forging. Furthermore, it was the dream of many blacksmiths to become the assistant of a forging master. However, Zhao Feng was curious as to why Taigon Grandmaster wanted him to help him. Was it because of his talent? This kid's understanding of materials has reached the microscopic level. I'll test him first. Taigon Grandmaster didn't bat an eyelid as he gave some tasks to Zhao Feng, and the requirements were extremely harsh. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye scanned through the materials in his hands, and the slightest mistake couldn't escape his eyes. His insight, control, and precision were many times better than an ordinary person's. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye could see far and near. It could also magnify objects by tens to hundreds of times and enter a microscopic realm. It was because of this that he could easily find flaws in any of the items in the exhibition hall. When Zhao Feng was helping out, he was also very meticulous and responsible. This was because the weapon he was going to upgrade was his Luoho Bao. By doing this, he was being responsible for himself. Taigon Grandmaster saw Zhao Feng's actions and was extremely shocked in his heart. Even an experienced blacksmith wouldn't be able to do such detailed work with such proficiency and precision. Taigon Grandmaster suppressed the shock in his heart. At this moment, it was as if he had seen the best unpolished jade in the world. With a little carving, it would blossom with a dazzling radiance. Upgrading the Luoho Bao would take about 4 to 5 days. During this process, Taigon Grandmaster passed many trivial procedures to Zhao Feng and occasionally gave pointers. Zhao Feng had refined pills, learned about arrays, and had dabbled in the knowledge of forging. Now that he was in contact with the Grandmaster, he had benefited greatly. At the crucial fire control stage, Taigon Grandmaster even let Zhao Feng assist him a little. Forging also had a stage of fire control, and the difficulty of it was comparable to refining pills. In the end, Zhao Feng's performance once again shocked Taigon Grandmaster. Other than the limitations of experience and cultivation, Zhao Feng's fire control was flawless. Genius, a peerless forging genius. Taigon Grandmaster suppressed the joy and shock in his heart. A few days later, the Luoho Bao had been successfully upgraded. The original Luoho Bao had undergone a change after being infused with the mysterious crystal tear. This time, a precious ice soul profound crystal had been infused into it. If it wasn't for the connections of the Flooding Lake's Lu family, it wouldn't have been easy to obtain such a rare material so quickly. The new Luoho Bao was slightly larger than the original. The surface of the bao was suffused with a layer of azure, and the blue ice lotus symbol had become larger and more abstruse. The Luoho arrow had also been infused with a new material, greatly increasing its destructive power. According to Zhao Feng's cultivation technique, the Luoho arrow contained the attributes of wind and lightning. Paired with the terrifying cold energy of the bao, it was like adding wings to a tiger. The Luoho Bao and Luoho Arrow have reached the supreme and high grade, respectively. When used together, their power is close to a spirit-grade weapon and can look down on mortal-grade weapons. Taigon Grandmaster was quite satisfied with this work. Zhao Feng loved it. The Luoho Bao's power and attributes were impeccable. Its true value could be compared to a spirit-grade weapon. After the Luoho Bao had been upgraded, Zhao Feng took out the Yin Shadow cloak. In reality, this cloak was Zhao Feng's true goal. Its value was also above the Luoho Bao. A damaged inheritance! Taigon Grandmaster had a solemn expression. Although he had all the materials, Taigon still needed to come up with a plan to repair the cloak. Zhao Feng nodded his head and left the Yin Shadow cloak behind, returning to the city, Lord's mansion. As soon as he returned, Zhao Feng was summoned by the Flooding Lake City Lord. City, Lord's mansion, in an elegant side hall. The Flooding Lake City Lord and Lu Qinqin were drinking tea and laughing. There was also a youth in brocade robes in the hall. Zhao Feng, come. This is Qinqin's cousin, Yun Haiyang. The Flooding Lake City Lord introduced the youth. Lu Qinqin's cousin? Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Not only that, this person's name was almost the same as Hai Yun Master's. Hai Yun Master's full name was Yun Haiyang. Lu Qinqin's cousin was called Yun Haiyang. When introducing, Yun Haiyang's eyes flashed with enmity. Sister Qinqin, this is your future husband? Yun Haiyang's face revealed a trace of disdain and disgust. His cousin, who was as perfect as a fairy in his heart, had actually married such a strange green-haired, one-eyed youth? In the conversation, Zhao Feng understood that this Yun Haiyang's background wasn't small. He came from one of the 4 families of Canopy Great Country, the Yun family. Furthermore, when they were young, Yun Haiyang and Lu Qinqin's relationship wasn't bad. As they spoke, Yun Haiyang showed his hostility and disdain towards Lu Qinqin, as if he still remembered that Lu Qinqin had married Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng drank his tea leisurely and ignored him. Yun Haiyang was furious in his heart, and his expression was slightly dark. The Flooding Lake City Lord saw this but purposely didn't stop them. Yun Haiyang was overjoyed and stood up with a fake smile. I've heard that Brother Zhao's archery skills are superb. I also love archery. I wonder if I can spar with you? Shua. He didn't care if Zhao Feng agreed or not, and a scarlet-green bow appeared in his hand. There was a mysterious flame rune on the bow as if it was releasing its owner's anger. Chapter 266. The bow in Yun Haiyang's hand was no small matter. It was made of an ancient material that surpassed normal peak, grade, mortal grade weapons, and was close to spiritual grade weapons. Compete in archery? Zhao Feng was interested and didn't reject. His Luoho bow had just been refined and its quality had reached a new level. He hadn't had the chance to test it yet. At the same time, the Flooding Lake City Lord and Lu Qinqin looked at each other and faintly smiled. They didn't have any objections. When the Flooding Lake City Lord called Zhao Feng over, Lu Qinqin understood her father's intentions. Yun Haiyang was already dissatisfied with Lu Qinqin's marriage, and now that he saw Zhao Feng, how could he be polite? What was even more interesting was that when Yun Haiyang showed hostility and disdain toward Zhao Feng, the Flooding Lake City Lord didn't say anything. Could it be that Sister Qinqin has some difficulties marrying this brat? Looks like I have a chance. Yun Haiyang saw the Flooding Lake City Lord's attitude and was overjoyed. He didn't know that the Flooding Lake City Lord didn't want to create an opportunity for him, but to use him to test Zhao Feng's strength. Feng Er, you don't have any objections, right? The Flooding Lake City Lord looked expectantly at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng thought that the Flooding Lake City Lord had been scheming against him from the start, and now he wanted to test his strength. However, he also wanted to test the Luoho Bao's power, so he didn't object. A while later, Zhao Feng and Yun Haiyang came to an outdoor archery field in the city Lord's mansion. There were many archers in the field, but they were quickly cleared out. What are they doing? The city Lord's son-in-law is competing with his distant cousin? There were many people gathered around the field. Zhao Feng and Yun Haiyang stood at the 2 sides of the field. According to convention, archers naturally competed in archery skills and accuracy. A few sharpshooters even pushed a few targets over. There's no point in competing. A true archer needs to go through blood and fire. Yun Haiyang's lips curled. The crowd was in an uproar. Was Yun Haiyang going to fight to the death? As expected, Yun Haiyang suggested an archery duel to the flooding Lake City Lord. This kind of duel was no longer a competition, but a battle to the death. Feng-er, do you have any objections? The flooding Lake City Lord asked with a questioning expression. At this moment, it was not difficult for everyone to see that Yun Haiyang had come with ill intentions. Since it was a duel, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Yun Haiyang's heart turned cold. This kid came from the outer region and has no background. He hasn't even become little sister Qin's husband. Even if I killed him in a duel, no one would complain about a dead genius. In terms of identity, he came from the Yun family of the 4 great families. If he killed Zhao Feng, the flooding Lake City Lord wouldn't do anything to him. I have no objections. Zhao Feng slowly took out the Luoho bow. Following that, the entire archery range was sealed by the power of the formation to prevent the battle from affecting the people outside. At this moment, Lu Qinqin, who was outside, couldn't bear to watch. She could feel that Yun Haiyang was up to no good. Relax. With your father here, there won't be any casualties. The flooding Lake City Lord remained calm and patted her with a smile. Only then did Lu Qinqin relax slightly, but she was still slightly guilty. After all, her father was using Yun Haiyang to test Zhao Feng's strength, causing the latter's life to be in danger. Archery range. Yun Haiyang and Zhao Feng faced each other from afar. Because it was an archery duel, there were rules. Only bows and arrows were allowed, and no other means of attack were allowed. Yun Haiyang's cultivation had reached the half-step true spirit realm, and his true strength was close to Lu Qinqin's. However, since it was an archery duel, Zhao Feng wasn't afraid. It's starting. Yun Haiyang pulled open the scarlet-green bow in his hand, and a red flame spread from the bow, merging with his scarlet-red true force. Furthermore, a layer of azure wind appeared around Yun Haiyang, as if there was an azure barrier around him. Fire elemental bow and arrow with wind speed. There's an 80% chance of exploding. Zhao Feng's god spiritual I scanned over, and his heart skipped a beat. Yun Haiyang's cultivation had reached the half-step true spirit realm, and his true force was even stronger. The bow in his hand had the wind and fire elemental attributes, which could instantly kill normal cultivators at the half-step true spirit realm. Seeing this, Zhao Feng decided to end the battle quickly. His movements weren't slow at all. The instant the Luoho bow was taken out, the 3 Luoho arrows automatically returned to their original positions, and a layer of ice blue light covered Zhao Feng's body. The ice blue light around Zhao Feng's body intertwined with arcs of lightning, creating crackling sounds. Furthermore, the 3 Luoho arrows had arcs of lightning on them, and a ring of wind formed on their tails. This brat's bow and arrows contain the 3 elements of ice, lightning, and wind. The bow and arrows are of the same mind. Yun Haiyang's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but feel jealous. He loved bows and arrows, but this was the first time he had seen such a perfect bow. It was certain that this bow was most likely made by a grandmaster. End the battle quickly. The bowstring in Yun Haiyang's hand shook violently like thunder. Chiao! A black arrow with scarlet flames and the howling of wind closed in on Zhao Feng like a flaming dragon. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Success! Yun Haiyang was overjoyed. The battle between archers was a battle of speed. Even if one was just a bit faster, it could decide the outcome of the battle. But the moment he fired the arrow, Zhao Feng's Luoho bow's bowstring vibrated. Bang! In an instant, a flash of blue lightning appeared between the bowstring and the arrow, causing bright sparks to fly. A deafening thunder roar came from the void. Yun Haiyang felt his vision blur. A beam of light surrounded by a cold current, and a storm rushed toward him like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning-like arrow arced through the air and struck the black flaming arrow in midair. The cold wind and raging flames intertwined, and with the sound of an explosion, a layer of smoke covered half the archery range. The archers outside the range were dazed. A tiny bolt of lightning pierced through the smoke and mist, diving down from the sky and piercing Yun Haiyang. Its speed was simply too fast, surpassing the speed of sound and appearing in the blink of an eye. Yun Haiyang panicked and furiously circulated his true force. Fire snakes rose from the bow and merged with the wind barrier around him, forming a barrier of wind and fire. In less than half a breath, Yun Haiyang had stabilized the situation. Zhao Feng's arrow only had 10 to 20% of its power after it got close. However, the cold wind and lightning still gave him some trouble. He took a deep breath and condensed his chi of half-step true spirit, preparing to release an even crazier attack. However, right at this moment, 2 bolts of lightning shot through the air. With a crackling sound, they charged over with a frosty gust of wind. Yun Haiyang used all his strength to shoot out an arrow of fire, but it was engulfed by an explosion of lightning and a terrifying coldness. At this point in time, the wind howled and lightning and coldness invaded the surroundings. Yun Haiyang's body froze. Before he could even release his third arrow, the coldness and lightning on his body rose to another level. Zhao Feng's third arrow suddenly arrived. On the archery range, Yun Haiyang was surrounded by a layer of azure lightning as the wind held around him. He roared in anger, but his voice became softer and softer as a layer of frost covered his body. In less than half a breath, Yun Haiyang had turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. The people outside the archery range all took in a cold breath as if they had woken up from a dream. The flooding lake city Lord's expression changed slightly as he quickly flew in front of Yun Haiyang and released a surge of chi of true spirit from his palm to save Yun Haiyang. Taigon Grandmaster indeed lives up to his name. Those 3 arrows could even threaten those at the true spirit realm. However, the amount of true force used by a peak-grade weapon is also terrifying. Zhao Feng exclaimed as he put away the Luoho Bao and his breathing quickened. Although the upgraded Luoho Bao's power was terrifying, it had used a quarter of Zhao Feng's true force just now. Only those who had reached the half-step true spirit realm would be able to use the Luoho Bao. Within the archery range, after the flooding lake city, Lord's rescue, Yun Haiyang's life was saved. However, his injuries were shocking and one of his arms was broken. This battle had ended with him being crippled. If it wasn't for the timely rescue, Yun Haiyang might have been sealed in ice forever. The danger of an archer battle could be seen. You attacked so heavily. Lu Qinxin's eyebrows furrowed as she couldn't help but ask. Zhao Feng almost rolled his eyes. How did he become the victim? Firstly, the flooding lake city Lord wanted to test Zhao Feng and use Yun Haiyang as a spear. Yun Haiyang only wanted to kill Zhao Feng and didn't think much about it. The real victim was Zhao Feng, but in the end, Zhao Feng ended the battle quickly with 3 arrows. A battle between archers was too dangerous. If it had been a long battle, Zhao Feng would have been dead for sure. The upgraded Luoho Bao used too much true force. On the other hand, Yun Haiyang's Bao wasn't any weaker than Zhao Feng's, and because of the huge advantage in cultivation, he would definitely win. At this moment, the flooding lake city Lord frowned. Yun Haiyang was a disciple of the main Yun family, and his background wasn't simple. Now that he had lost an arm in his own residence, it would be troublesome. He had predicted that Yun Haiyang would have a 60% chance of winning against Zhao Feng in archery. After all, Yun Haiyang was a famous archer of the Yun family, and his cultivation surpassed Zhao Feng in all aspects. The current outcome was something the flooding lake city lord and Lu Qinxin didn't expect. Zhao Feng laughed in his heart. I'll leave this mess to you guys. The flooding lake city lord's schemes made Zhao Feng's plan to escape the marriage even more determined. If he wasn't strong enough in today's battle, who would help him? Lu Qinxin sighed. She knew that it wasn't Zhao Feng's fault. Her father schemed first, and her cousin had enmity. However, the final victor wasn't the flooding lake city lord or Yun Haiyang. Yun Haiyang was injured. The flooding lake city, Lord wanted to solve this mess, and it gave him a headache. Only Zhao Feng was indifferent, unfazed by honor or disgrace. After a round of probing and digging, the flooding lake city Lord found that this youth could bring him more surprises and trouble. Lu Qinqin felt that this fiancé was becoming more and more complicated, as if he was always in a fog. However, he was her son of destiny. That night, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged and lightly touched the Luoho bow in his hand. After being upgraded, the Luoho bow's power had increased by leaps and bounds. With Zhao Feng's current cultivation, it was hard to dig out its true potential. He put away the Luoho bow. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and continued to attack the last level of the lightning inheritance. In his mind, the various profound truths of the lightning inheritance appeared and were displayed to the extreme. In the scene, streaks of azure lightning interweaved with one another, creating a beautiful scene that resembled fireworks. Just like this, several days passed. At a certain moment, a sliver of understanding flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. The lightning in his palm was as thin as spider silk, forming a weird green lightning ring that bloomed like a flower. Chapter 267. The azure lightning ring was formed from thin arcs of lightning and was as exquisite as embroidery. This lightning seal was similar to the floating crest lightning seal that Zhao Feng had obtained in the floating crest trial. The arcs of lightning within the seal flowed endlessly and displayed Zhao Feng's mastery of the lightning inheritance. At the same time, in Zhao Feng's mind, the first floor of the tower that represented the lightning inheritance was completely bright. There were some signs of light in the second layer, and it was not as dim as before. As for the third floor, it was completely dark. The lightning inheritance is split into 3 floors. Those at the ascended realm can only comprehend the first floor. The second level required one to be at the true spirit realm, and the third level required one to be at least at the true Lord realm. If one can comprehend all of the lightning inheritance, they might even have a chance to reach the origin core realm. Zhao Feng let out a light breath, and the azure lightning ring seal on his palm turned into a fist-sized flower of lightning that blossomed in the air. It lasted for a while before disappearing. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng had completely comprehended the first floor of the lightning inheritance and had reached the limit of perfection. The door to the second floor had opened for him. However, the second floor required those at the true spirit realm to comprehend. The third floor required those at the true Lord rank. Zhao Feng's consciousness tried to touch the second floor, and the vast amount of information made him feel pressured. Any random scene made Zhao Feng's mind shake, and it took a lot of effort to comprehend it. However, even then, Zhao Feng was surprised. Logically speaking, those who hadn't reached the true spirit realm shouldn't be able to comprehend the second floor. Zhao Feng tried to comprehend the second floor, and although it took a lot of effort, it wasn't impossible. Strenuous and unable to do so were 2 completely different concepts. I haven't even reached the half-step true spirit realm. How can I barely comprehend the second floor? Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. The only direction he could think of was the god's spiritual eye. The god's spiritual eye gave him incomparably strong mental energy, including learning, comprehension, and insight. Zhao Feng merged his consciousness into his left eye. In the dimension of his left eye, the azure abyss extended to 7 feet and 77 inches, as if it had reached its limit. Zhao Feng's cultivation was only at the 6th heaven, but the cyan abyss extended to more than 7 feet. As it turned out, although Zhao Feng's cultivation level had dropped when he was dispelling the ghost imprint, not only did his cultivation level not drop, but he was also continuously improving in the process of comprehending the secret spirit technique. Thinking back, when Zhao Feng was comprehending the sovereign hidden dragon ruins, his mental energy level wasn't any weaker than those at the half-step true spirit realm. His current mental state was much stronger than before. Just as Zhao Feng was feeling bewildered at the center of the ever-expanding cyan abyss, a mysterious, pale blue light appeared. An icy, heart-piercing aura assaulted his entire body from the mental plane. This is Zhao Feng's heart shook, but the faint blue light in the center of the abyss soon disappeared. The faint blue, that was a power that had never appeared before in the god's spiritual eye. Even just a sliver of it was enough to make Zhao Feng's heart tremble. Could it be that the god's spiritual eye's power had awakened and reached a certain point? Zhao Feng couldn't help but guess. He was certain that his mental energy level had surpassed normal, half-step true spirit realm cultivators. This was due to the comprehension of the sovereign ruins and the fact that he had reached the peak of the first floor of the lightning inheritance. This meant that Zhao Feng's mental energy level had far surpassed his cultivation level. This was also the reason why he could barely comprehend the second floor of the lightning inheritance. The increase in his cultivation had increased his comprehension of the heaven and earth and his control of true force. That night, Zhao Feng continued to consolidate his cultivation and felt the true force in his body circulate more smoothly. The rays of pale green true power were thinner than a needle and thread. They were extremely condensed and had faint electric patterns on them. Half a day later, Zhao Feng had a feeling that he could return to the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm at any time. Furthermore, after breaking through, his foundation and true force would far surpass the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm with the shedding spiritual pill. Last time, Zhao Feng's drop in cultivation could be seen as a process of breaking through. This time his foundation was even deeper and his cultivation was extremely high. The effect of breaking through again would be completely different. But Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled, and he decided to stay at the peak of the sixth sky of the Ascended Realm. When the Yin Shadow Cloak is repaired, my escape plan will be complete. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye scanned across. Near the residence, 4 half-step true spirit realm cultivators were hiding and monitoring Zhao Feng day and night. These 4 half-step true spirit realm cultivators all wore dark robes and specialized in stealth and tracking. Their chi of half-step true spirit realm had all been converted to around 50%. If it was during the joust for marriage, Zhao Feng would find it hard to deal with even one of them. Sending 4 of these experts to monitor Zhao Feng was obviously enough. 3 days later, Taigon Palace, in an underground forging hall. The repair plan for this cloak has been completed. Now we need to start repairing it, Taigon Master said. Zhao Feng didn't hide the Luoho Bao from the flooding Lake City Lord. This time, the repair of the Yin Shadow Cloak was done in secret. Therefore, Zhao Feng still needed to help Taigon Master and didn't need other blacksmiths. That's exactly what I was thinking. The process of repairing this cloak, the handling of the materials, and the control of the smelting isn't something normal blacksmiths can do. Taigon Master said with a smile. Taigon Master had given Zhao Feng more steps to repair the Yin Shadow Cloak, and some of the requirements had reached a strict level. Zhao Feng even suspected that Taigon Master was purposely making things difficult for him or testing him. However, he had dabbled in the path of blacksmithing and knew that the higher the requirements, the lower the chance of failure and the higher the increase in power. Taigon Master didn't say anything as he passed the steps to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was limited by his experience and would occasionally make mistakes which Taigon Master would correct. Towards the end, Taigon Master didn't even need to do the difficult smelting, controlling the fire and carving arrays himself, and gave them to Zhao Feng. On the 3rd day of repairing the Yin Shadow Cloak, sweat appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead, and he finally started to feel tired. Take off your eye patch and try. I want to see how high your limit is, Taigon Master said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Zhao Feng paused before sighing and took off the eye patch, revealing a sharp azure eye. The moment his eyes met the god's spiritual eye, Taigon Master's heart shook and his expression changed for the first time. Your eye patch can't block the true aura of the eye bloodline, especially when you use the power of the eye. I'll give you a brand new eye patch someday. Taigon Master smiled and signaled Zhao Feng to continue. This time, Zhao Feng didn't need to worry as he opened his god's spiritual eye and started smelting and processing the materials. Under this state, his insight and control reached a whole new level. Taigon Master's task had been completed. Powerful. Your eye bloodline is completely made for the path of blacksmithing. If you're willing, I can raise you into a Grandmaster blacksmith. Taigon Master couldn't help but say, excitedly, Master, what's your goal in testing my ability? Zhao Feng stopped what he was doing. In the past 2 days, the work Zhao Feng had been responsible for had exceeded the limits of an assistant and even the limits of some old blacksmiths. Taigon Master smiled embarrassedly. To be honest, this old man was asked by someone to forge a powerful spiritual grade weapon. For this, 2 blacksmiths working together might not even succeed. What does this have to do with me? Zhao Feng asked curiously. The forging of this weapon comes from an ancient blueprint and is extremely difficult. It requires unimaginable control and precision. Even the slightest mistake could result in failure. Master Taigon paused slightly when he spoke up to hear. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes as he said in a low tone, It looks like when this junior first came to the Taigon Palace and started to nitpick the weapons, Master already had a plan. That's right. With just a glance, you were able to find the smallest flaw in the weapons. This isn't something normal people can do. Even this old man would need to think and judge. Taigon Master didn't deny it. Zhao Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He could help Taigon Master, but what benefits would this bring to him? One had to know that there was only 2 months until the day of Zhao Feng and Lu Qinqin's wedding. The more pressing the time, the more disadvantageous it was for the escape plan. As long as this weapon is successfully forged, the benefits will exceed your imagination. Just this point alone is something you can't resist. Taigon Master smiled mysteriously and was full of confidence. Oh, Zhao Feng was slightly curious. Taigon Master suddenly released his divine sense and isolated the entire underground forging hall. Zhao Feng felt an unusual aura. The blueprint for this weapon comes from one of the 4 great inheritances, the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance. Taigon Master's expression was solemn as he transmitted, Heaven's Legacy Inheritance. Zhao Feng's heart shook and he couldn't help but take in a cold breath. The Heaven's Legacy Inheritance was ranked first amongst the 4 great inheritances and was said to be the most mysterious and ancient. Up until now, no one had been able to solve the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance. Furthermore, the chances of the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance appearing was extremely small and would only appear once every tens of thousands of years. According to the ancient records, every time the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance appeared, it would cause the heavens and earth to change and affect the entire continent. Secondly, the identity of the person who asked you to forge the weapon is not simple. Once this weapon is successfully forged, that person will owe you a favor. This will be of great help to you in the Canopy Great Country. Taigon Master threw out 2 benefits. Zhao Feng thought for a while before solemnly agreeing to Taigon Master's request. This request was of great help to him. Just like what Taigon Master had said, the blueprint of the weapon came from the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance. Just this point alone was enough to make anyone curious. Just like this, Zhao Feng and Taigon Master came to an agreement. Zhao Feng would assist Taigon Master to forge the weapon that was entrusted to him. Next, Zhao Feng and Taigon Master worked together and repaired the Yin Shadow Cloak in just a few days. The new Yin Shadow Cloak had been restored to its original state. Zhao Feng put on the Yin Shadow Cloak and stood silently in the underground hall. His figure faded and disappeared. Shua! A shadow appeared in another corner of the hall. Zhao Feng seemed to have turned into a ghost. Taigon Master couldn't help but praise. This inheritance treasure is indeed rare. Apart from concealment and speed up, It can also absorb energy attacks. If one's level is high enough, they can even create a shadow doppelganger. Shadow doppelganger? Zhao Feng revealed a curious expression. Taigon Master was indeed worthy of being able to discover the hidden abilities of this inheritance weapon. Chapter 268. Taigon Master explained, "This Yin Shadow clone isn't just an afterimage that can fool the eyes. It also has a certain amount of offensive power and can disturb the enemy as well as assist in killing them." A scene instantly appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. When he attacked, several shadows would attack the enemy in the same way as him. Of course, this kind of concealment ability required Zhao Feng to have enough strength and cultivation. But no matter what, Zhao Feng's goal had been achieved. The Yin Shadow cloak's concealment ability had increased greatly, especially when he wasn't moving. In the dark, this concealment ability could be doubled. Zhao Feng activated his concealment ability and stood in the dark. Even those at the true spirit realm wouldn't be able to sense him if they didn't purposely search for him. For the next few days, Zhao Feng started to visit the Taigon Mountain and the city lord's palace. Those from the city lord's palace would find that the frequency of Zhao Feng going to the Taigon Mountain was increasing. Sometimes, Zhao Feng would stay there for a few days and not come back. The outside world was saying that Taigon Master had taken Zhao Feng as his last disciple. No matter what the truth was, one thing was certain. Taigon Master placed great importance on Zhao Feng, and their relationship wasn't simple. This was good news for the Flooding Lake Lu family. Because of the Flooding Lake City Lord, the relationship between the Flooding Lake Lu family and Taigon Master wasn't good. Taigon Master had a high status in the world of blacksmiths and was publicly acknowledged to be in the top 10 or even top 5. More importantly, this master had a mysterious relationship with the Iron Blood religion. The Flooding Lake Lu family had always wanted to rope in Taigon Master, but there hadn't been any progress. And now, the Flooding Lake City Lord's son-in-law had a good relationship with Taigon Master. This was a good sign. Because of this, the Flooding Lake City Lord had come to talk to Zhao Feng. "Feng, if you can become Taigon Master's direct disciple, it will be of great help to the Flooding Lake Lu family." The Flooding Lake City Lord said in a meaningful tone. Zhao Feng replied vaguely that Master Taigon was more than willing to take him in as a disciple. But Zhao Feng didn't want to be distracted by studying the Tao of forging. Even though he was in Flooding Lake City, Zhao Feng had never forgotten his mission as a messenger. As time passed, Zhao Feng's figure became more and more hurried. He often stayed at Taigon Mountain to receive guidance from Master Taigon. During this period of time, Zhao Feng assisted Taigon in forging quite a few weapons, one of which had even reached the spirit rank. Everything went smoothly during the forging process. Zhao Feng's attainments in forging advanced by leaps and bounds, and his eyes became sharper. Master Taigon was extremely satisfied with this. Zhao Feng's improvement had exceeded his expectations. All of this was just a warm-up for the divine weapon mission that was entrusted to him. Meanwhile, the day of Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin's wedding was approaching. There were only 2 months left. Lu Qinxin, his fiancée in name, had always been neglected. After all, Zhao Feng was using the name of befriending Taigon to gain the support of the city lord. At the start, Lu Qinxin was able to keep her calm, but as the day of the wedding approached, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Marriage was a life-changing event for any young girl. However, Zhao Feng had never gone to find Lu Qinxin. "What does this Zhao Feng think I am?" Lu Qinxin was slightly anxious. Every time she looked at Zhao Feng, there would be a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Ever since the engagement, Zhao Feng's image in Lu Qinxin's heart had started to change. At the start, Zhao Feng was just a young beast tamer from another region with one eye and azure hair. He was a far cry from the ideal husband in her heart. But soon, this youth seemed to be shrouded in mist. As he probed and dug, he displayed shocking strength and foundation. A mysterious eye bloodline, superb archery skills, extraordinary beast-taming skills, talent that made blacksmiths sigh in admiration, and various abilities that surpassed normal people. Every time this young man showed off, he was calm and confident. All sorts of halos covered his body. Who in the Flooding Lake region could compare to him at the same age? Lu Qinxin couldn't deny that this youth with limitless potential was slowly getting closer to her ideal husband. Most importantly, he was her child of destiny. At this moment, Lu Qinxin could barely accept this fiancé. But the problem was that Zhao Feng was always so busy that she couldn't even be seen. This entire time, he had basically ignored her. Finally, on this day, Zhao Feng came to find Lu Qinxin. Lu Qinxin let out a breath. No matter how slow this youth was, he would at least understand the problem. Furthermore, she didn't believe that he could resist her charms. Qinxin, I'm about to help Master forge a spiritual grade weapon. I might have to stay in Taigon Mountain for a month. Because the city lord isn't here, please help me pass on the message. Zhao Feng told her the reason for his visit. After saying this, Zhao Feng prepared to leave. A month? Lu Qinxin was dazed and felt as if she had fallen from the clouds into the abyss. Her heart went cold. The dullness and coldness of this youth had exceeded her imagination. If it was any other woman, they would have broken down a long time ago. Wait! A cold voice stopped Zhao Feng's footsteps. Zhao Feng was dazed as he looked at Lu Qinxin in confusion. At this moment, Lu Qinxin's eyes were filled with coldness. Zhao Feng finally realized what was wrong. Shit, I've actually neglected this important factor. Zhao Feng's thoughts spun, and he had a bad feeling. Ever since the engagement, he had been busy planning his escape or at Taigon Mountain. As a result, he had neglected his fiancée, Lu Qinxin. What Zhao Feng was worried about was whether Lu Qinxin would notice something. If this small detail caused his escape plan to fail, then it wouldn't be worth it. I know you've been busy these past few days, but regarding our marriage, Lu Qinxin found it hard to speak as she felt an indescribable sense of shame. Her face couldn't help but turn red. This was a side of her that Zhao Feng couldn't see. Zhao Feng had already realized that his negligence might have left a flaw, and he wanted to fix it. How should he fix it? Thoughts flew through Zhao Feng's mind. The most important thing now was to calm Lu Qinxin down. How should I calm her down? That's right, care for her. That's right, care for her. Zhao Feng's thoughts were quick and in less than a tenth of a second. In terms of relationships, Zhao Feng had always been slow and had never even thought about it in this direction. On one hand, it was because he was still young and focused on cultivation without any distractions. Apart from that, there was another important reason. The merging of the god's spiritual eye had made Zhao Feng's state of mind extremely calm. One could imagine that as long as Zhao Feng used his god's spiritual eye, he would be able to see through their bodies. No matter if they were beautiful or ugly, they would all be like bones and true force. What kind of situation would that be? Next, Zhao Feng was thinking about how to care for Lu Qinxin. Qinxin, due to my negligence, I've almost forgotten about our marriage. I'm really sorry. Zhao Feng's cold eyes suddenly became warm and a smile even appeared on his face. Lu Qinxin was stunned. When did this guy change? But she had to admit that after getting used to Zhao Feng's cold and indifferent appearance, this warm and gentle appearance was truly quite a rare sight. In my heart, to be able to see Qinxin's beauty makes this trip worth it. I've never thought of marrying you, but who would have thought that the heavens would bless me and make everything like a dream? Zhao Feng continued to weave words of care, and his actions were filled with deep emotions. Looking at the youth who was speaking incoherently, Lu Qinxin couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't think that this wooden youth would confess his true feelings to her. While Zhao Feng was weaving words of concern, he was also paying attention to Lu Qinxin's expression. But Lu Qinxin's reaction wasn't big. Am I not caring enough? Zhao Feng decided to take it one step further. He took a deep breath and walked in front of Lu Qinqin. Looking at this beautiful girl, he suddenly reached out and hugged her waist. Lu Qinqin was caught off guard. She didn't think that Zhao Feng would be so daring as to hug her waist. She exclaimed as her bloodline power subconsciously moved. But who would have thought that the movement of her bloodline would cause Zhao Feng's bloodline to become alert? Maybe it was because Lu Qinqin's bloodline power was dangerous enough. In the dimension of his left eye, a mysterious faint blue light appeared in the middle of the azure abyss. Instantly, Lu Qinqin felt her bloodline power tremble as if it had frozen. Zhao Feng's strong hands gently hugged her, and her body softened as she fell into his embrace. Because her bloodline power was being suppressed, she couldn't move and her breathing became difficult. Her heart rate sped up and her face turned red. It feels good to hug this girl's body. Zhao Feng thought in his heart, but most of his attention was on Lu Qinqin's expression. He didn't know if it was embarrassment or tenderness, but there was a sense of helplessness. In reality, Lu Qinqin's bloodline power was being suppressed, and she found it hard to breathe. Looks like I didn't care enough. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. Therefore, he lowered his head and used his mouth to lightly kiss Lu Qinqin's forehead. You dare! Lu Qinqin was dazed. Embarrassment, humiliation, and all sorts of other emotions appeared in her heart. Seeing that Lu Qinqin's expression wasn't right, Zhao Feng immediately let go of this beauty. At the same time, Lu Qinqin's true force surged out, and the aura of a half-step true spirit realm filled the air. Not good. Zhao Feng finally realized that his concern was a bit too much. You shameless! Lu Qinqin's voice was filled with anger and embarrassment, but she swallowed her words halfway. She wanted to say that Zhao Feng was shameless, but the other party was her fiancé. Lu Qinqin pointed at Zhao Feng and didn't know what to do. Qinqin, I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to care about you. Zhao Feng was speechless. I'm fine. Lu Qinqin looked at him deeply. Her eyes regained their calmness and serenity. This youth was, after all, her fiancé and was closer to her ideal husband. As her fiancé, what he did just then wasn't out of line. And it's good that you're fine. I'll go to the Taigon Mountain immediately. Please tell the city lord. Zhao Feng let out a breath and regained his usual calmness. Then he said goodbye and left. He left? Lu Qinqin paused. This fellow had just confessed his love to her, hugged and kissed her. But now he had slipped away like a wisp of smoke, as if nothing had happened. What kind of person does he think I am? Looking at the azure-haired youth disappear into the night, Lu Qinqin couldn't calm herself down. Chapter 269. Taigon Mountain. Zhao Feng had rushed over from the flooding lake city and arrived as promised. According to his promise with Taigon Master, he would start crafting the spiritual-grade weapon from tonight onwards. Entering the Taigon Mountain this time, Zhao Feng felt an unusual aura and his heart jumped. The entire Taigon Palace was filled with a solemn atmosphere. On the mountain, the palace was completely silent. There wasn't even the slightest noise. At the entrance of the Taigon Palace was a carriage forged from gold and covered in a blood dragon. On top of it was a cross of swords and blades, giving off a domineering aura. At the four corners of the palanquin stood four bearers, their bodies perfectly straight and motionless. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned across the four bearers, and his expression changed dramatically. The four bearers all had vast auras like four lakes. True spirit realm. They were all at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but take in a cold breath. What kind of person had descended to make three true human rank experts become bearers? In terms of strength, the four bearers were all stronger than Hai Yun Master. At the same time, half a mile behind him, four dark-robed figures merged into the night and watched over Zhao Feng. There's something wrong with the Taigon Mountain tonight. One of the dark-robed figures murmured. The person at the front was hidden high up and sent a message. There's a carriage outside the Tygon Palace. It's forged from gold and has a blood dragon, swords and blades. As soon as he said this, the 4 figures in dark robes sucked in a cold breath. Golden spear blood dragon carriage. The 4 of them stared at the palanquin and fell into an inexplicable state of shock and fear. At this moment, their backs were drenched in sweat, and they didn't dare to move. "What do we do?" one of the dark-robed figures asked. "Don't move," the leading dark-robed figure said bitterly. "If the owner of the carriage has killing intent, even the city lord and the Liu family head won't be able to save us." The 4 dark-robed figures were like wooden pillars that stopped on the spot without moving. If one looked closely, they would realize that none of the birds or beasts on the Tygon mountain dared to make a sound. All was silent. Zhao Feng felt that the atmosphere was inexplicably solemn. Even breathing was more difficult than usual. He faintly realized that all of this was related to the ferocious and domineering blood dragon gold iron carriage. According to the agreement with Master Iron, the mysterious client will also arrive today. Zhao Feng entered Tygon Manor without batting an eyelid. The 4 bearers in front of the palanquin stood motionless like wooden pillars, not even glancing at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt an indescribable chill. Tygon's manor was completely empty. There wasn't even a single apprentice blacksmith present, including Master Tai's direct disciples. "You came." Master Tygon landed in front of him with a trail of flames. Zhao Feng jumped in fright. He was just about to speak when Tygon pulled him into the underground hall. A golden-robed man with blood-red hair sat in the secret refinery hall. He looked to be in his 30s and had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were deep. "Lord Tiamat, my assistant, is here," Master Tygon said respectfully. Zhao Feng stood behind him silently. He couldn't see through the golden-robed man in front of him at all. He seemed like an ordinary person, but with one glance, it was hard to forget him. Furthermore, a strange instinct made Zhao Feng not dare to use his god's spiritual eye to observe him. According to the original plan, we need 2 blacksmiths to have a chance of success. The blood-haired man's voice was extremely calm. Master Tygon explained, "The most important thing about forging this weapon is that there can't be any mistakes. It requires extreme control and precision. In this aspect, his usefulness was even more important than that of a master blacksmith. Furthermore, Lord Tiamat needs to forge this weapon as soon as possible. Master Pei is still in the Imperial's forging for the Emperor and won't be able to leave for now." As the 2 spoke, Zhao Feng remained silent. If he remembered correctly, Master Pei was the #1 blacksmith in the Canopy Great Country. "Oh well, you and Master Pei are both the last disciples of the Grandmaster Blacksmith. In terms of forging, you're on par with him." The blood-haired man nodded his head. He didn't doubt Zhao Feng's ability and believed Master Tygon's words without a doubt. "What's your name?" the blood-haired man asked. "This junior is Zhao Feng, greets Senior Tiamat." Zhao Feng realized that the person in front of him was not simple. His tone was respectful, but it didn't seem like he was trying to flatter him. The blood-haired man faintly nodded his head and didn't say anything else. Master Tygon didn't waste a second and started forging with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't ask any questions. What he needed to do was to help Master Tygon complete this task. "You need to forge these parts according to the blueprints." Master Tygon took out a few blueprints and gave some details to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng took off his eye patch and scanned it with his left eye, imprinting the contents of the blueprints into his mind. He was certain that these blueprints weren't the complete blueprints in the Heaven's legacy inheritance, but parts of it. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked as he analyzed the contents of the blueprints. The precision required, as well as the smelting and compatibility of the materials, had to be at a perverse level. There wasn't a single flaw allowed. Not only that, but the number of parts needed to be forged was in the thousands. Every single part was the size of a sesame seed, while the largest was the size of a palm. There couldn't be a single flaw for over 1,000 parts. And this was only the initial processing of the materials, not the finished product. Even if a master could make a few pieces of work flawlessly, it was too demanding to ensure that there were no mistakes in terms of size, weight, smelting degree, and heat control when there were thousands of pieces of work. More importantly, there were some extremely minute omissions that even a grandmaster would have a hard time noticing. However, the most difficult part wasn't a problem for Zhao Feng. No problem, Master Taigon asked. No problem, I just need some time and energy. Furthermore, some materials will be wasted in the process. Zhao Feng replied, wasted materials. The blood-haired man's lips curled into a smile, but he didn't speak. To forge this weapon, the amount of materials wasted could fill up the entire Taigon residence. Remember, the slightest mistake could result in failure in the forging of the weapon. Master Taigon reminded, even if there are any mistakes, I will check them out. Zhao Feng nodded his head and started to smelt the materials. From the start to the end, his expression was calm without a single ripple of emotion. His every breath and every bit of energy was controlled to the extreme. The blood-haired man sized up Zhao Feng, staring at his azure eyes with interest, but he didn't interrupt. Time slowly passed. Zhao Feng and Master Taigon had their own tasks. The difference was that Zhao Feng was doing some elementary and complicated tasks. Master Taigon had to deal with some high-level runes, as well as smelt some high-level materials. Zhao Feng was shocked as he processed the materials. The materials he processed were relatively low-level. Any one of them could buy a pile of normal weapons. There were some high-level materials that Zhao Feng didn't even know the names of. Master Taigon would tell him their attributes and process them according to the blueprint. The initial stages of forging were incomparably long. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye controlled the processing and smelting of each material. Towards the end, his eyes didn't blink, his face was expressionless as his hands became faster and faster, like an assembly line. Some materials had to be handled with extreme care, a little bit more strength, a little bit more temperature. In this process, Zhao Feng had indeed wasted some materials. However, he wouldn't waste them repeatedly and would soon reach a certain level of precision. The blood-haired man's calm expression slowly turned solemn. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Zhao Feng was exhausted. He slept and woke up, then went back to sleep. Finally, on this day, the initial processing of the materials was completed. The first step is finally complete. Now, we need to check for any mistakes. It's best if these materials don't have a single flaw. Master Taigon said. The two's method was very simple, cross-check. First, Zhao Feng checked Master Taigon's processing of the materials. Every part was exquisitely crafted like a work of art. According to Master Taigon's request, Zhao Feng found a total of 123 flaws, including some extremely minute flaws. Of course, the flaws here were relative and had to be controlled to a certain extent. 123, so many? Master Taigon was slightly shocked, but upon closer inspection, some of the minute flaws were barely within an acceptable range. Yet Zhao Feng had actually found them. Soon after, it was Master Taigon's turn to check Zhao Feng's flaws. A total of 6. Master Taigon was slightly shocked. Furthermore, many of these flaws were due to Zhao Feng's lack of experience or understanding. The blood-haired man, not far away, was slightly moved. Let me go through it myself. Zhao Feng checked his own, occasionally consulting Master Taigon. Soon, Zhao Feng had also found 20 to 30 flaws in his processing. Some of the flaws were so well hidden that even Master Taigon couldn't see them. There were also some flaws that were too minute or barely acceptable. But without exception, Zhao Feng picked them out one by one. Furthermore, after the inspection, Zhao Feng checked all the parts a few more times. "There's no problem." Zhao Feng nodded his head. Master Taigon was pleasantly surprised that the first step had been completed. The time used was more than half of what he had imagined. The following steps required high attainments in Tool's method, and Zhao Feng was only responsible for assisting. Furthermore, Master Taigon had to keep all the core secrets from Zhao Feng. What Zhao Feng needed to do was to pick out the mistakes. She kept correcting him and nitpicking at him. Step by step, he proceeded in an orderly manner. Until the 8th day of the first month, Master Taigon finally stopped. "All the steps have been completed. There's only one last step left, smelting." Master Taigon took a deep breath. He then requested Zhao Feng to check all the flaws. Zhao Feng checked again and again to make sure there were no mistakes before nodding his head. The blood-haired man also participated in the last step. The success or failure of the last step depended on the foundation of the previous steps. Therefore, Zhao Feng didn't need to participate in this step, and he even took the initiative to avoid it. After all, the blueprint of this item came from the heavens' legacy inheritance, and the materials used and difficulty were all shocking. The final product would definitely shock the world. If you succeed this time, you'll be the hero of the Iron Blood religion. The blood-haired man nodded toward Zhao Feng. Chapter 270. Taigon Mountain. The blood dragon palanquin was forged from metal and had a forked sword and blade symbol on it. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. No matter how the wind blew, the rain fell, the lightning flashed, and the golden spear blood dragon palanquin didn't move. In this period of time, a few true spirit realm experts had come to the flooding lake city. But when they saw the golden spear blood dragon palanquin, they all went around it. Even the flooding lake city lord had come personally. When he saw the golden spear blood dragon palanquin, his expression was solemn and he went back the way he came. Taigon Master was famous around the flooding lake city, and many people knew that he had a mysterious relationship with the Iron Blood religion. This wasn't a secret. The Iron Blood religion was extremely powerful in the Canopy Great Country. They used blood and slaughter to crush anyone who didn't submit. Facing such a powerful force, even the main branch of the Liu family was wary, let alone the flooding lake Liu family. Today, it was an open secret that the Iron Blood religion and the royal family were fighting. The other 6 great forces of the great nation were either secretly involved or watching from the sidelines. The situation in Fiery Capital was complicated. Underground Forging Hall. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged in a side hall and cultivated. He wasn't of much use in the last step, so it was up to the blood-hair-colored man and Taigon Master to perform. In reality, the last step didn't require much effort and instead had a high requirement for cultivation. In the next period of time, Zhao Feng could feel the terrifying pressure from the blacksmith's secret hall. Just a wisp or two of that terrifying aura was enough to make his heart shake. If it was just Taigon Master, Zhao Feng was certain that he wouldn't have such a powerful aura. Even the flooding lake city lord, whose true spirit aura shook the heavens, couldn't compare to this one. Looks like Lord Tiamat is at least at the true lord rank and should be an upper echelon of the Iron Blood religion. Zhao Feng calculated. Experts at the true lord rank stood at the top of a great country and could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Time passed by slowly. While Zhao Feng was cultivating, he would occasionally feel a terrifying pressure. 5 or 6 days later, the sound of metal clanging came from the secret crafting hall. A stream of sharp aura of a divine weapon was suddenly born, and it was rising bit by bit. This is the aura of a spirit tier weapon. Zhao Feng could feel his Luoho Bao trembling inexplicably, and his Yin shadow cloak fluttered in the wind. He felt a bit uneasy. Meow meow. The little thieving cat appeared and looked at the sealed forging hall. The artifact forging secret hall was made of a special material that could block the spiritual sense of those at the true spirit realm. Even Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye couldn't easily see through it. The aura of the spiritual weapon was extremely unique. It was sharp, cold, and had a bloodthirsty and tyrannical aura. The killing intent was extremely dense. As time passed, the auras in the secret hall grew stronger. Zhao Feng could even feel the terrifying heat. The temperature at the center could probably instantly turn normal, true, human rank cultivators into ashes. At a certain moment, the aura of the spiritual grade divine weapon had risen to a peak, and even the secret hall couldn't seal it. Ding! 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 Zhao Feng suddenly felt uneasy when he heard a strange and urgent sound. Shua! With a wave of the Yin shadow cloak, Zhao Feng disappeared. In the next instant, the secret hall shook. Crack! A dark silver wheel of light slashed a crack a few feet wide on the palace wall that was as hard as a spirit-grade divine weapon. Sparks flew everywhere. Furthermore, the shattered light and sparks flew everywhere. Any one of them could instantly kill someone at the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm. Shua! Zhao Feng appeared at the entrance of the secret hall. At this moment in time, the entire underground secret hall started to shake. Amidst the dust, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye caught a faint silver wheel that was half a yard wide. The center of the silver wheel was dark, and the edges flashed like a silver blade that spun endlessly. The silver wheel suddenly shrank and disappeared from sight. The next instant, the dust and light disappeared. The blood-hair-colored male and Master Tai walked out side by side. Master Tai's face was pale white and tired, but he was extremely excited. The blood-hair-colored male's face was full of joy. His entire right arm was covered in a dark silver metal, like a mechanical arm. The surface of the black metal arm was smooth, like a piece of art. There wasn't a single flaw to be found, and there wasn't even a crack at the joints. Apart from the fact that it was made of metal, there was no difference between this arm and a human arm. The power of this wheel of light and darkness is even more perfect than I imagined. It can easily cut through low-grade spiritual weapons. In the entire northern continent, apart from legendary weapons, there aren't many weapons that can fight against it. The blood-hair-colored male had a satisfied smile on his face. Zhao Feng had participated in the creation of the Wheel of Light and Darkness before, so every part of it was imprinted in his mind. Looking at the finished product, his god spiritual eye could almost analyze half of it. This Wheel of Light and Darkness should have 3 forms. The first is the arm form, which is suitable for close combat. The second was the attack form, which was the dark silver wheel that rotated at high speed. Its size could be enlarged, and its sharpness was unstoppable. The third form might be a shield. Zhao Feng's god spiritual I deduced a conclusion from the analysis of the parts. He had to admit that this was a perfect product that had even surpassed the boundaries of equipment path. Master Taigon and the blood-hair-colored male probably couldn't imagine that Zhao Feng's god spiritual I had such heaven-defying duplication and analysis abilities. Although Zhao Feng hadn't seen the complete blueprint and hadn't participated in the core process, he had participated in the review of every part. Zhao Feng was even more familiar with the material than Master Taigon. As expected of a blueprint from the heavens' legacy inheritance, even if we can create it, we might not be able to analyze its true principles and profundities. Furthermore, without Zhao Feng's help, we would have to pay 10 times the price to create the Wheel of Light and Darkness. Master Taigon sighed. Zhao Feng's contribution couldn't go unnoticed in creating the Wheel of Light and Darkness. However, Zhao Feng was thinking, this Wheel of Light and Darkness is very suitable for people who have lost their arms. This made him think of his master, First Elder. If he had the right conditions, Zhao Feng could even create a simplified version of the Wheel of Light and Darkness. However, it was still very difficult right now unless he was at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng, you've done a lot this time. What requests do you have? If you're willing to join the Iron Blood religion, I can give you the position of chapter leader. the blood-hair-colored male said with a smile. Hearing this, Master Tagon's expression changed slightly. The position of a chapter leader of the Iron Blood religion was equivalent to a middle-tier family in a great country. Of course, the blood-hair-colored male might have been in a moment of excitement, but at this moment he was extremely grateful towards Zhao Feng and had the intention to repay him. Reporting to Lord Tiamat, this junior came from a faraway place and came to the Canopy Great Country to find someone. At this moment, I have no intentions of joining any faction. Zhao Feng tactfully rejected. Although the Iron Blood religion was strong, Zhao Feng didn't know anything about it. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into the whirlpool of power within the Canopy Great Country. Comparatively, Zhao Feng would rather Tiamat owe him a favor. It wouldn't be too late to ask for it when he really needed it. No matter what, you've helped me greatly this time. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask the Iron Blood religion. A blood-colored token inlaid with gold appeared in the blood-colored male's hand, and he handed it to Zhao Feng. This is the Iron Blood Gold Lord token. With this token, you can move freely within the Iron Blood religion's territory, and you can also make a request of me, the blood-colored male explained. Zhao Feng immediately thanked him and put away the Iron Blood Gold Lord token. After the weapon was completed, the blood-colored male didn't leave immediately. Master Tagon suggested, although the Wheel of Light and Darkness has been successfully forged, it's best to let Zhao Feng inspect it once more. After all, this weapon was too intricate, and the blueprint came from the most mysterious and ancient heaven's legacy inheritance. There's actually no need to inspect it. Every part of this weapon is related to each other. It's like the joints of the human body. Zhao Feng faintly smiled but didn't refuse. He still took the Wheel of Light and Darkness and opened his God's spiritual eye to inspect it. Through the God's spiritual eye, he could analyze the structure of the Wheel of Light and Darkness even more clearly. This Wheel of Light and Darkness was unbelievably heavy, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. But for someone of the blood-colored male's level, it wasn't much. No problem, but just to be safe, it's best to let it cool down for a few days at the beginning. However, it can't be left out for too long. It's best if it can't unleash its full power within half a month. Zhao Feng returned the Wheel of Light and Darkness to the blood-colored male after inspecting it. Hearing Zhao Feng's suggestion, Master Tagon and the blood-colored male looked at each other in surprise. This was because Zhao Feng's opinion was the same as the blueprint. Zhao Feng hadn't seen the blueprint before, but he had such an opinion. The blood-colored male looked solemnly at Zhao Feng. Your eye bloodline is indeed unique. If you're willing, the Iron Blood religion will open its doors to you at any time. I sincerely invite you. Zhao Feng felt Tiamat's sincerity and didn't immediately reject him. He decided to wait until his master's letter arrived before making a decision. After all, First Elder's letter had arrangements for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, don't you want to find someone? Why don't you let Lord Tiamat help you? Master Tagon smiled. He could already see that Tiamat placed great importance on Zhao Feng and was sincerely inviting him. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up as he took out the half-jade comb and gave it to Tiamat. Tiamat took the jade comb and lightly touched it as a light flashed in his eyes. Are you sure the person you're looking for is called Lu Qinshin? Tiamat asked. Yes, I just don't know which Lu Qinshin it is. Zhao Feng was nervous. Tiamat should be one of the upper echelons of the Iron Blood religion and knew a lot. Lu Qinshin. Tiamat's voice was heavy and his eyebrows were furrowed as his eyes twinkled. Zhao Feng had a feeling that Tiamat might have a clue or even an exact target. However, he wasn't in a rush to ask. If Tiamat was willing, he would definitely say it. A while later, Tiamat gave the half-jade comb to Zhao Feng and said expressionlessly, "The person you're looking for should be Empress Qin." Empress Qin. Zhao Feng's heart shook slightly. He didn't think that the person who received the letter had such a special identity. Out of all the people called Lu Qinxin, Empress Qin had the most background. Empress Qin! Master Taigon took a cold breath and said, "This Empress Qin's status and influence in the Imperials can probably be ranked in the top 3. Apparently, even the Emperor of Canopy Great Country is under her control. How could the person Zhao Feng is looking for be her?" Chapter 271. When the truth was revealed, both Zhao Feng and Taigon Master were shocked. The Lu Qinxin that Zhao Feng was looking for had a huge background. She was Empress Qin of the Imperials. In the Canopy Great Country, the Imperials was the highest authority and controlled the entire country. In name, even the 3 sects and 4 families had to listen to them. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed and his expression changed as he suddenly thought of something. If he remembered correctly, the Imperials and Iron Blood religion were like fire and water, fighting both openly and secretly. The Imperials was the ruler in name and controlled the entire country. On the other hand, the Iron Blood religion was the country's religion and used iron and blood methods to suppress everything. This Empress Qin is extremely powerful and charms everyone. She even tried to control the government and is a huge enemy of the Iron Blood religion. Tianma said coldly. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart became uneasy. The Iron Blood religion and the Imperials and even Empress Qin were enemies. If I bring the token and join Empress Qin, wouldn't that mean? Zhao Feng couldn't help but worry. Master Taigon was also aware of this and cast a questioning glance at Tianma. The blood-haired man's eyes twinkled as he said, "No matter what, you've helped the Iron Blood religion and me greatly. I clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. I won't make things difficult for you on this point." After receiving the answer, Zhao Feng let out a breath. He was originally worried that the Iron Blood religion would force him to make a choice. However, even if Tianma didn't make things difficult for Zhao Feng, he would still feel a headache. The Iron Blood religion and the Imperials were enemies. If he was on good terms with the Iron Blood religion, he would become the enemy of the Imperials and even the owner of the letter, Empress Qin. However, if he was settled by the Imperials after delivering the letter, he would become the enemy of the Iron Blood religion. No matter which side he offended, Zhao Feng would become the enemy of the other side. This was unavoidable. After completing the task, Zhao Feng didn't stay and immediately said his goodbyes. Right now, the most important thing to him was how to deal with this imminent marriage. As he watched Zhao Feng leave, Master Taigon probed, "Vice Sect Master, aren't you worried that Zhao Feng will be placed in an important position by the royal family? His eye bloodline is very useful. You have to look further. Even if you force him to make a choice now, you won't be able to gain his loyalty. Furthermore, Empress Qin was born in the Great Country. So how close would she be with people from other regions?" The crimson-haired man's eyes were deep and serene. "So you're saying that Zhao Feng and Empress Qin don't have a deep relationship?" Master Taigon came to a sudden realization. The crimson-haired man's lips curled into a sinister smile. "It won't be long before the answer is revealed. Everything depends on whether or not my guess is correct." After returning to the city, Zhao Feng was immediately summoned by the Flooding Lake City Lord. It turned out that Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin's wedding would be held in half a month. From now on, don't bother yourself with anything else. Focus on preparing for the wedding, the Flooding Lake City Lord said. In this period of time, news of Zhao Feng and the City Lord's daughter's marriage had spread across the entire Flooding Lake City. The City Lord's palace was already preparing for the wedding, and the entire Flooding Lake City was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Zhao Feng felt even more pressured. The closer it was to the wedding, the smaller his chances of escaping would be. All of this was the Flooding Lake City Lord's plan that left Zhao Feng with no path of retreat. Any other man would be willing to face a woman like Lu Qinxin even if they knew they were being schemed against. Lu Qinxin had a beauty that could captivate a city and a calm temperament, like a goddess from a painting. In terms of talent and background, she was perfect. However, Zhao Feng didn't have any plans to get married. He was still young, only a little over 16 years old, and he was focused on pursuing the peak of the Tao. He didn't understand the matters between men and women yet. All of this was the Flooding Lake City Lord's plan. Adding on the so-called fate, it was the little thieving cat that took off Lu Qinxin's veil. However, in front of the Flooding Lake City Lord, Zhao Feng's expression didn't change and he agreed to everything. Also, if you become the son-in-law of the Lu family, it's best if you don't get too close to the Iron Blood religion. The Flooding Lake City Lord warned. Zhao Feng soon realized that Empress Qin came from the Lu family. From a certain point of view, her joining the Imperials represented the relationship between the Lu family and the Imperials. If the Lu family was close to the Imperials, then the Iron Blood religion would have to stay away. After saying goodbye to the Flooding Lake City Lord, Zhao Feng returned to his residence and scanned around with his god's spiritual eye. With this scan, his expression became solemn. There was an expert at the true spirit realm near his residence that was monitoring Zhao Feng. So, because of the marriage and the Iron Blood religion, the Flooding Lake City Lord had sent an expert at the true spirit realm to protect Zhao Feng. With an expert at the true spirit realm monitoring Zhao Feng, the difficulty of his escape would increase dramatically. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged as he circulated his cultivation. Since there was an expert at the true spirit realm monitoring him, then there was no need for him to hide his strength. On the same night, he broke through to the seventh sky. This time, Zhao Feng didn't need to consolidate his cultivation and had returned to his original realm. My cultivation and foundation are both stronger than before. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He was also at the seventh sky, but he was much stronger than when he was at the peak of the Alliance Banquet. After the Alliance Banquet, Zhao Feng had comprehended the origin core realm, and his mental energy level had exceeded the half-step true spirit realm. Not to mention that his first level of the lightning legacy had reached the great perfection level. His mental power and other aspects were much stronger than before. The news of Zhao Feng's breakthrough soon reached the Flooding Lake City Lord. Young Master just broke through and said he needed to consolidate his cultivation, so he pushed away a lot of the wedding preparations. A steward said, "Breaking through is a good thing. If that's the case, try to get rid of all the troublesome things for him." The Flooding Lake City Lord didn't suspect anything and even had a gratified expression. Firstly, breaking through needed to be consolidated, and secondly, Zhao Feng's breakthrough was more compatible with Lu Qinxin's. One more thing. Tell him to take off the eye patch before the wedding. A genius with an eye bloodline is enough to match Qinxin's bloodline. The Flooding Lake City Lord ordered. The City Lord's orders soon reached Zhao Feng. Very good. This time, I'll need the god's spiritual eye's power to escape. Zhao Feng slowly took off the eye patch. After returning from the Taigon Palace, he had changed into a new eye patch. It was faint silver and as thin as a blade. This new eye patch was given to him by Taigon Master, and when he wore it, it blocked the aura of his eye bloodline to the maximum. Next, using the name of consolidating his cultivation, Zhao Feng started to secretly plan his escape. He didn't go out much, but he was always planning. He even sent the little thieving cat to take care of some inconvenient things. The little thieving cat was small in size and had extraordinary concealment skills. It was easy to do many things. The City Lord's palace, the Flooding Lake City, and the nearby terrain. Zhao Feng thought, with his current cultivation, he wasn't afraid of 2 or 3 half-step true spirit realm experts chasing after him. The hardest to deal with was the newly sent expert at the true spirit realm. This person was called Lu Yuan, and apparently he was the cousin of the Flooding Lake City Lord. He had gone to the Qin Sword Palace to cultivate and stayed nearby in the name of protecting the City Lord's son-in-law. The day of the wedding was coming closer, and there were only 5 or 6 days left. On this day, Zhao Feng had finally exited seclusion. The first thing Zhao Feng did after exiting seclusion wasn't find Lu Qinqin or the city lord's palace. His target was the expert at the true spirit realm who was watching over him. Uncle Yuan, I've just stabilized my cultivation and have many questions about cultivation. I want to ask you for some pointers. Zhao Feng went to find the expert at the true spirit realm. Lu Yuan nodded his head. Being an elder, he didn't reject it. Many juniors came to him for pointers. Furthermore, the youth in front of him was the son-in-law of the city lord and the future young master of the flooding lake city. At the same time, Lu Yuan thought in his heart, I'll use this chance to understand this brat's cultivation. Zhao Feng had an eye bloodline and was mysterious. Even the flooding lake city lord was curious about him. Zhao Feng first went to find Lu Yuan and asked him about cultivation. After that, he asked for a spar. Zhao Feng's goal was obviously to find out more about this expert at the true spirit realm. Lu Yuan could be considered half a disciple of the Qin Sword Palace. The Qin Sword Palace was one of the 3 great sects of the Great Country and had a relationship with the Lu family. In terms of battle style, the Qin Sword Palace mostly used the qin, sword, brush, flute, etc., giving them an indescribable elegance and nobility. Lu Yuan's weapon was a black brush, and when he waved it, the qi of true spirit would scatter and form a grand scene. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye opened slightly and analyzed Lu Yuan's battle style. Elegant, clean. His offense and defense are average, but his speed is definitely not bad. Zhao Feng understood the situation. The strength he displayed was close to the half-step true spirit realm of the Canopy Great Country and was slightly stronger than the half-step true spirit realm of the 13 countries. Because of the god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng and Lu Yuan could exchange a few moves. Of course, Lu Yuan's strength was suppressed to around 30%. If he used his full strength at the true spirit realm, the difference in cultivation couldn't be made up. After sparring for an hour, Zhao Feng had a rough understanding of Lu Yuan's strength. In order to express his gratitude, Zhao Feng suggested taming Lu Yuan's mount. Lu Yuan originally wanted to decline, but since Zhao Feng was extremely sincere, he agreed. He had long heard that Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills weren't simple. 2 hours later, Zhao Feng teamed up with a little thieving cat to tame Lu Yuan's rainbow sparrow. Compared to before the domestication, the colorful phosphorus swallow seemed to have become smarter and more intimate with its master. Many thanks, nephew. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. He didn't know that from the start, Zhao Feng had been scheming against him and had already succeeded. Success! Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat looked at each other before returning home. From now on, the plan to escape from the marriage was ready. Chapter 272. As the wedding neared, the entire flooding lake city was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Within the city lord's palace, red silk was hung on the trees, and everywhere one looked was festive. There were only 3 days left until the day of the city lord's daughter's wedding. At this time, not only had Zhao Feng's plan been completed, the wedding within the city lord's palace had also been prepared. It's about time. The more people there are, the easier it is to take advantage of the situation. Zhao Feng walked out of his residence. Meow meow. The little thieving cat sat on his shoulder and looked around with its black eyes, casually chatting with the flying beasts within the city lord's palace. As soon as Zhao Feng left, Lu Yuan and the 4 half-step true spirit realm experts closely followed and stayed within 100 yards of him. Under normal situations, with 4 half-step true spirit realm experts watching over him, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to slip away. Furthermore, there was Lu Yuan, who was at the true spirit realm, watching over him. Zhao Feng walked to a place with more people and nodded his head. It's about time to start. Once the plan started, the city lord's palace would fall into chaos. Right at this moment, Young lord, first young lady is trying on the wedding dress, and the city, lord, wants you to go with her. The housekeeper of the city, lord's palace, walked over with a red face. Zhao Feng's figure froze, and the method he was about to use was stopped. Meow meow. The little thieving cat on his shoulder seemed to be slightly unhappy. Okay. Zhao Feng nodded his head in agreement. He thought in his heart, oh well, I should at least give my fiancé an explanation before running away. At least leave a message. The housekeeper brought Zhao Feng to a festive room, and 1,000 maids quickly came to help him with his hair and clothes. It didn't take long for Zhao Feng to put on a fitting groom's clothes. The eyes of the nearby maids lit up. Zhao Feng's figure was tall and handsome. His face was angular, and his expression was cold. His azure hair was like pure jade, even more exquisite than silk, and it gave off a feeling of spirituality. His eyes were like the stars. His left eye, in particular, was sparkling and translucent like a gem, yet also as deep as an abyss. Zhao Feng exuded a mysterious and evil aura. After putting on the groom's clothes, it added some warmth, making him seem approachable. Walking out of the room, Zhao Feng entered the hall and saw Lu Qinqin, who had finished trying on the costumes. Lu Qinqin's eyebrows were like a painting, and her eyes were like 2 drops of autumn water. At this moment, she had already taken off her veil, revealing her ethereal and peerless face. Coupled with her cold and tranquil temperament, it added a sense of elegance and nobility to her. Because of her makeup, Lu Qinqin's cheeks were slightly red, showing the rare purity and charm of a young girl. Not bad, not bad. A perfect match. The flooding lake city lord laughed in satisfaction. Lu Qinqin was naturally flawless. Her beauty was out of this world. Zhao Feng would only see a beauty of this level once or twice in his life. As for Zhao Feng, because he had taken off his eye patch, his eye bloodline made him seem even more mysterious and noble. In Canopy Great Country, bloodlines weren't just a legend. For example, the Imperials and the 4 great families, bloodlines were the symbol of a noble bloodline. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had a rare eye bloodline. Therefore, at this moment, Zhao Feng's cold, noble, and mysterious temperament had reached the image of a husband that countless girls dreamed of. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye had an ancient aura that made others feel pressured wherever his gaze passed. The small number of people that had bloodlines felt their bloodlines tremble and uneasiness. Even the flooding lake city, Lord and Lu Qinqin were no exception. This kid's bloodline is even stronger than I imagined. It can definitely compare to the Canopy Great Country Imperial's bloodline, or even stronger. Furthermore, it's a special eye bloodline. The more the flooding lake city lord looked, the more satisfied he became. He was very proud of his plan. Thinking about his future son-in-law, the nobility of his bloodline had the possibility of surpassing the imperial bloodline. How proud would he be? In Canopy Great Country, families with bloodline inheritances would usually marry people with bloodline inheritances. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was something that the upper echelon of the Lu family couldn't find fault with. Furthermore, this youth was a rare beast tamer. Lu Qinqin was dressed in red, looking like a perfect wife. Her beautiful eyes turned as she observed her future husband. She had to admit that this youth had reached the ideal husband in her heart. What was even rarer was that he was her destined husband. She couldn't go against the will of her master. Even if the person she was going to marry was ugly and useless, she had to accept it. Fortunately, this fiancé of hers was mysterious and extraordinary. He was talented, good-looking, and had a noble bloodline. Of course, if he was more gentle and considerate, it would be even more perfect. I want to talk to Qiner alone. Zhao Feng's abnormally gentle voice sounded, causing Lu Qinqin's heart to shake. She couldn't help but think that her master was indeed worthy of being a genius that comprehended the Tao of life. He made her change her name, steal her fate, and even gave her such an outstanding husband. Thinking up to here, her eyes became slightly misty. In the eyes of others, she was gentle and moving. Ha ha ha, you guys have a good talk. I'll be leaving now. The flooding lake city, Lord smiled and left, giving the couple some private space. Zhao Feng thought that sending the flooding lake city Lord away would be more beneficial to his plan. However, at this time the gentle and moving beauty, who was full of tenderness and had tears in her eyes, for the first time, made him waver in his plan to escape from the marriage. However, Zhao Feng's mind was extremely calm. Right now, it wasn't suitable for him to get married. He still hadn't completed his master's orders. In the depths of his heart, Zhao Feng had an even deeper wish. He wanted to change the 13 countries, change the situation of his homeland, and reach the peak of the continent. Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin walked side by side into the room, leaving only the two of them behind. Lu Qinxin was filled with emotions. At this moment, Zhao Feng's gentleness made her feel a sense of peace and happiness. She was even more grateful towards her deceased master. Feng, I have a secret to tell you. Lu Qinxin smiled mysteriously. Oh. Zhao Feng looked at her. Lu Qinxin took out a rusty coin and smiled. This is something my master left behind. She said she wanted to give it to my future husband. Zhao Feng paused for a moment before taking the coin. Meow meow. The little thieving cat had appeared out of nowhere and was staring at the copper coin with sparkling eyes, looking like a greedy cat. Furthermore, my original name is Lu Qinxin. In order to change my fate, Master made me change my name to Qinxin. Once I find my ideal husband, I'll return to my original name. Lu Qinxin's eyes twinkled and her voice was filled with sweetness. In other words, at this moment, she had returned to being Lu Qinxin. Lu Qinxin. Lu Qinxin. Zhao Feng read these two names and almost cursed it out loud. Xian and Xian, they sounded the same. His original intention was to find Lu Qinxin. Who would have thought that Lu Qinxin's master would change her disciple's name to Lu Qinxin and change her fate? What the hell? Zhao Feng resisted the urge to curse. Suddenly, his god's spiritual eye sensed something and felt that there was something fishy. Lu Qinxin's master made her disciple change her name and coincidentally met him, becoming her destined husband. How could there be such a coincidence? On the other hand, the little thieving cat's eyes spun as if it was thinking about something. Zhao Feng couldn't help but look at the little fraud. The little fraud waved his claws and gestured at Zhao Feng. What? You're saying that I've been schemed against? Zhao Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. The little fraud shook his head and then nodded and gestured. But maybe the content was too complicated and it ended there. However, the little fraud's goal was expressed. It instigated Zhao Feng to snatch the copper coin and run away from the marriage to make up for the losses and grievances of the past few days. What's wrong? Lu Qinxin found that Zhao Feng's expression wasn't normal. Nothing. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he put away the coin and hugged Lu Qinxin. He needed to calm this woman down first. Lu Qinxin's face was as red as blood, but she didn't resist and was unusually gentle. Got it. Seeing Zhao Feng take the coin, the little thieving cat was excited and danced on the side. Lu Qinxin felt embarrassed and lightly pushed Zhao Feng away. The feeling that the little thieving cat gave her was even more cunning than a fox. With an outsider here, how could she be warm to her future husband? Qinxin, I still have unfinished missions in Canopy Great Country. No matter if it's in the past or in the future, please forgive me for my negligence. Before Zhao Feng left, he left a sentence with deep meaning. Lu Qinxin thought that Zhao Feng was apologizing for his negligence and didn't think about anything else. After saying goodbye to Lu Qinxin, Zhao Feng took off his groom attire and walked out of the room. Soon, he walked to the entrance of the city Lord's palace. There were many people here and it was very busy. It's starting. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat greeted each other. Suddenly, in the depths of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, there seemed to be an azure abyss that spun rapidly. A wisp of mental energy, fluctuation, merged into heaven and earth. Meow meow. The little thieving cat cooperated and waved its paws. Because there were many people nearby, the mental energy fluctuation was covered by the crowd. Lu Yuan and the 4 cultivators at half-step true spirit realm followed Zhaofeng and were immersed in the joy of the wedding. Right at this moment, sharp hisses and roars of beasts could be heard coming from the city, Lord's mansion. Many spiritual beasts within the city, Lord's palace, suddenly lost control and went berserk. This was especially so in the spiritual treasure garden of the city, Lord's palace. Powerful beasts broke through their restraints and ran everywhere. At this moment in time, the sky was filled with flames, wind, and lightning. On the ground nearby, buildings collapsed and dust billowed as screams sounded. The flying beasts and mounts all possessed extraordinary abilities. They were usually tamed and were extremely obedient. However, at this moment, most of the spiritual beasts lost control and went berserk. In a short while, there were even some flying beasts that flew out of the city lord's palace and brought chaos into the flooding lake city. Inside the city lord's mansion, the servants with lower cultivation bases were all scared stiff. They screamed and screamed in terror. The city lord's palace was at the center of the city and had always been peaceful. At this moment, it had fallen into chaos and most people panicked. The destructive power of these spiritual beasts was extraordinary. It was hard to imagine what kind of panic and chaos this would cause as they charged towards the flooding lake city outside the city, Lord's mansion. Quickly gather the beast tamers and restrain these beasts. The upper echelon of the city, Lord's palace, soon gave the order. In this current situation, they either had to kill the spiritual beasts or subdue them. The loss of the former was too great, and the latter was something only beast tamers specialized in. Although those at the true spirit realm could subdue these spiritual beasts, there was also a risk. "Let me," Zhao Feng exclaimed lightly and confidently chased after a flying beast that had escaped from the city lord's palace. The nearby people all knew of his identity as a beast tamer and purposely made way for him. Chapter 273. In this chaotic moment, Zhao Feng's identity as a beast tamer came in handy. Even the people monitoring him didn't suspect anything. "You guys are responsible for young master's safety." Lu Yuan had to take action to control the situation. No matter what, he was part of the upper echelon of the flooding lake Lu family and couldn't just ignore the beasts. Furthermore, at this moment, apart from beast tamers, only those at the true spirit realm could do anything. Lu Yuan was forced to deal with the nearby beasts, while the 4 dark-robed figures continued to follow Zhao Feng. The plan is going better than I imagined. Zhao Feng looked at the panicking city, Lord's palace, and an undetectable smile appeared on his face. Only in this kind of chaotic situation would he be able to carry out his escape plan. The beasts in front of him were obviously planned by him and the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat could communicate with the beasts of the city lord's palace and use all sorts of methods to get them to rebel. Most of the work was done by the little thieving cat. "Bastard, stop right there." Zhao Feng leaped into the air and chased after a scarlet-black giant eagle with the head of a cat. This eagle had a wingspan of more than a dozen feet, and it exuded a dark red stream of heat that could melt metal. It was an extremely intimidating sight. When it went berserk, even those at the half-step true spirit realm would find it hard to stop it. One human and one eagle flew through the air and caused a wave of panic. As Zhao Feng chased after it, he used his beast tamer skills, and the scarlet black cat head eagle started to struggle. But its berserk momentum was stopped. This way, the 4 dark-robed figures wouldn't be suspicious. Unknowingly, Zhao Feng had chased the cat head eagle out of the city walls. "Everyone move out of the way. I'm about to restrain this bastard." Zhao Feng ordered. After staying in the flooding lake city for half a year, Zhao Feng had a bit of fame as the son-in-law of the city lord. The guards all moved out of the way. At this moment, under Zhao Feng's beast-taming technique, the giant cat-headed eagle's berserk momentum was completely contained. Good. Zhao Feng got closer and closer. In fact, every single action of the crimson-black giant eagle was under Zhao Feng's control. Zhao Feng's mental energy level was much stronger than those at half-step true spirit realm, and it was easy for him to control a pet at the seventh sky. Young master's beast-taming skills are indeed extraordinary. On the city wall, the 4 dark-robed figures nearby all nodded. The originally wild and violent giant bird was now very obedient and docile. However, just as Zhao Feng got close to the target, something unexpected occurred. The scarlet-black, cat-headed eagle suddenly revealed an ominous glint. Its wings flapped wildly, stirring up a dark red flow of flames. It let out a sharp cry and tore through the air. "Young master!" The expressions of the 4 dark-robed figures changed. "What a cunning bastard!" Zhao Feng laughed instead of being angry. His competitive nature seemed to have been ignited as he summoned the azure sharp swallow and chased after the scarlet-black giant eagle. With the speed of the azure sharp swallow, Zhao Feng soon caught up to his target, and they flew further and further away. Not right. The 4 dark-robed figures communicated with each other and felt that something was wrong. With Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills, taming a pet of the same rank shouldn't be this hard. "Young master, don't chase." "Young master, the city lord has ordered that you can't leave the flooding lake city," the 4 dark-robed figures exclaimed. Zhao Feng ignored their calls and even threw the scarlet-black giant eagle down and flew further away. Not only that, the crimson-black giant eagle with a cat head even turned around and charged at the 4 dark-robed figures with a menacing aura. How could the 4 not understand Zhao Feng's intentions? "Don't let him get away," the 4 dark-robed figures exclaimed as they released their chi of half-step true spirit. Shwa! Shwa! The 4 figures were like gray birds that flew through the air and closed in on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng looked back and found that there was a pair of gray wings on the backs of the 4 dark-robed figures that had the ability to fly. The other effects were similar to his Yin shadow cloak. With the help of the gray wings, the 4 dark-robed figures circulated their chi of half-step true spirit, and their speed rose dramatically, catching up to the azure sharp swallow in a short amount of time. In terms of continuous flight, they couldn't compare to the azure sharp swallow, but in a short amount of time, the 4 dark-robed figures were comparable to those at the true spirit realm. The scarlet-black giant eagle that Zhao Feng controlled was sliced in half by a silent blade as it neared. Instant kill. If it wasn't for the god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to see how one of the dark-robed figures had attacked. What strength! Their chi of half-step true spirit has all reached 50%, and they specialize in tracking. Speed and movement are their forte. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. In terms of strength, the 4 dark-robed figures were elites amongst those at the half-step true spirit realm. They were all experienced and specialized in stealth. Under normal situations, it would be good if Zhao Feng could deal with 2 of them at the same time. But now there were 4 of them. The most troublesome thing was that these 4 specialized in combined attacks and surrounded Zhao Feng from different directions. However, this wasn't the only problem. The time that Zhao Feng had to run away was limited. Even if he could stall for a bit, large amounts of reinforcements would arrive, and some at the true spirit realm would arrive, making it hard for Zhao Feng to escape. Not long after, the 4 dark-robed figures formed a circle and tried to surround Zhao Feng. They were wary and didn't dare to injure Zhao Feng, which was why they used this strategy. If it was someone else, they would have already been sliced into 1,000 pieces. "Young master, you should go back." "This is the city, Lord's order," the leading dark-robed figure said respectfully. Zhao Feng expressionlessly put away the azure sharp swallow and landed on the ground. The four dark-robed figures surrounded Zhao Feng from the east, west, south, and north, but they didn't make any rash moves. Shua! Suddenly, the Yin shadow cloak on Zhao Feng's back flashed and disappeared. "He's hidden." The expressions of the four dark-robed figures changed slightly, but they didn't panic. They all circulated their qi of true spirit and released their senses to the maximum. One of the dark-robed figures took out a furry black dog from his spiritual pet bag and started to search for the scent in the air. Since they specialized in stealth, they obviously had a way to counter it. However, no matter how many secret techniques they used, they couldn't find Zhao Feng's location. "He's definitely surrounded by us. No matter how good his stealth is, he'll be exposed once he moves," the leading dark-robed figure said confidently. Shua! Lightning flashed in the void, and a dim shadow drew a bolt of green lightning and attacked one of the dark-robed men at lightning speed. The dark-robed figure's expression instantly changed as he felt a slight numbness spread through his body. In his senses, a large hand flashing with lightning slapped towards his shoulder. "Don't even think about it." The dark-robed figure didn't retreat, and a layer of dark feather light shot out from his body and clashed with Zhao Feng. Boom! Under the clash, the dark-robed figure quickly retreated and groaned as a mark was left on his arm. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He thought that the attack just then would heavily injure one of them, but it only caused light injuries. These four dark-robed men were well versed in battle techniques and experience. They were impeccable in every aspect. "Young master, don't resist!" The other two dark-robed figures attacked Zhao Feng at almost the same time. Dagger, feather wings, darts, flute. The four of them each wielded a different weapon. In reality, they specialized in all four of these weapons, but when used together, they had incredible power. The flute let out a sharp mental energy sound wave that formed illusions and mental energy attacks. The dagger was in charge of close combat, the feather wings were in charge of blocking, and the darts were in charge of long-range support. "Young master, I think you should give up. Back then, when the four of us teamed up, we were even able to trap a true human rank expert for a while," the dark-robed leader who used the darts said confidently. Is that so? I don't believe it." Zhao Feng laughed lightly and released a mental energy sound wave that caused the blood of the four dark-robed figures to flip, and the one closest to him almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shua! Using this time, Zhao Feng's Yin shadow cloak shook, and he turned into a faint azure light that flashed with lightning as he broke out of the encirclement. However, these dark-robed figures were harder to deal with than imagined. The dark-robed figure with the feather wings flashed like lightning and caught up to Zhao Feng. In terms of speed, this person was the fastest of the four and was on par with Zhao Feng. At the same time, the dart-throwing dark-robed figure sent out an attack to stall Zhao Feng. The flute-wielding dark-robed figure sent out a condensed sound wave that pierced toward Zhao Feng's ear. So troublesome. Zhao Feng felt his head hurt. This situation was only because the four had held back, or else he would have been in danger. "Old Four, go back and report that the young master wants to escape," the dart-throwing dark-robed figure ordered. Shua! The flute-wielding dark-robed figure quickly headed towards the flooding lake city. Zhao Feng's heart shook. These four dark-robed figures were indeed experienced. They could see that mental energy attacks had little effect on Zhao Feng, which was why they sent this person back to report. The remaining three only needed to block the three directions that Zhao Feng could escape in. Zhao Feng could only escape in three directions from the flooding lake city. If he ran towards the city, he would be walking into a trap. Smart, experienced, troublesome, Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He finally realized that if he didn't go all out, he might really be left here. Under the restriction of the dagger, dart-throwing, and wings figures, Zhao Feng could only watch as the flute-wielding dark-robed figure rushed towards the flooding lake city. The remaining 3 dark-robed figures formed a triangle to keep Zhao Feng in check. They didn't seek to win or kill the enemy. They only wanted to trap the enemy and keep the target. I only have 20 breaths of time left. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual I quickly calculated and came to a conclusion. Within 10 breaths, the flute-wielding dark-robed figure would be able to reach the city and call for reinforcements. In the remaining 10 breaths, the nearby elite reinforcements would be able to arrive as well. After 20 breaths, Lu Yuan, who was at the true spirit realm, would realize that the situation wasn't right and would definitely chase over, attracting even more experts. Furthermore, within half the time it took to make tea, the flooding Lake City Lord would receive news of Zhao Feng's escape. At that time, what awaited Zhao Feng was the entire flooding Lake City's wanted list. In other words, the key to whether or not Zhao Feng could escape was within the next 20 breaths. Chapter 274. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual I analyzed the situation. However, the 3 dark-robed figures in front of him also understood the situation. Their only goal was to stall Zhao Feng. Let's begin. I'll defeat you in 20 breaths. Zhao Feng's azure hair blue, and his god spiritual I seemed to have the power to see through souls. 1. The azure blood on Zhao Feng's body formed a layer of azure, like an ancient totem that gave off an ancient aura that was both noble and mysterious. After activating his bloodline power, Zhao Feng's eyebrows turned azure and his aura rose. His strength had risen by half a level. Shua! Zhao Feng roared and sent a mental energy sound wave towards the 3 dark-robed figures. Ancient bloodline. The expressions of the 3 dark-robed figures changed as the pressure on them increased. They circulated their half-step true force to the maximum and sealed their ears and nose. Even so, a sliver of blood leaked from the mouth of the dark-robed figure in front of him, facing 3 at half-step true spirit realm alone. He still had the upper hand. We can't hold back anymore. Stall him. The dart-throwing dark-robed figure waved his hand, and dozens of darts formed a rain that sealed off all of Zhao Feng's escape routes. At the same time, the winged and dagger-wielding dark-robed figures had sharper attacks and unpredictable methods that were hard to defend against. The combined strength of the 3 pushed their battle power to the peak. According to past experience, no one under the true spirit realm could last 10 breaths against the 3 of them. If the 4 teamed up, they could even trap a normal true human rank for a while. However, the youth in front of them had his bloodline power and lightning attacks that were powerful enough to fight against the 3 at half-step true spirit realm. The 3 dark-robed figures became more and more shocked as they fought. Their weird attacks were all broken by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's battle power could easily crush any one of them after activating his bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3's teamwork was perfect, they wouldn't have been able to trap Zhao Feng for 30 breaths. Shua! Whoosh! Zhao Feng's movement technique was like a bolt of lightning. His god spiritual I controlled the entire situation, perfectly dispelling the attacks of the 3 and launching thunderous counterattacks. 10 breaths passed. On the bodies of the 3 dark-robed men, there were more or less some scratches and blood stains. How strange! None of our actions can escape his eyes. This is young master's I bloodline. Even the 3 of us together aren't his match. He has hidden himself so deeply that even the city lord would not be able to predict it. The faces of the 3 dark-robed men were filled with shock. With every breath that passed, Zhao Feng's advantage would increase, and he would slowly suppress their joint efforts. Zhao Feng's lightning inheritance had reached the full mastery of the first level. His control and usage of lightning had far surpassed the lightning wind palm. Attack, defense, body movement, secret technique. Every movement of Zhao Feng's was like a melody of electricity. "You guys get out of the way." Zhao Feng pressed forward with a cold look on his face. At this point in the battle, he had held back and didn't kill them all. Although he wanted to escape, he didn't treat the Flooding Lake City Lord and Lu Qinxin as enemies. After all, no matter what the Flooding Lake City Lord planned, he didn't have any ill intentions towards Zhao Feng. Moreover, these dark-robed figures were only trying to stall Zhao Feng, not trying to kill him. This meant that both sides were holding back and didn't want to harm each other's lives. "Young master, we admire your strength. I'm afraid that even if all of us were here, we wouldn't be your match," the leading dark-robed man said respectfully. At this point in time, they admired Zhao Feng's battle power from the bottom of their hearts. The Dark Wings Foreshadows was a small group that specialized in tracking and assassination. In a short span of 10 breaths, they had used all sorts of methods. If it was someone at half-step true spirit realm, they would have been killed countless times already. However, Zhao Feng's eyes were like that of a god that could see through everything. He used lightning-fast methods to destroy their cooperation and even force them into a ruffled state. If Zhao Feng really wanted to kill them, he would have killed at least one of them. "Young master, we know that you've shown mercy. However, our duty is to keep you here even if we die," the dark-robed man said bitterly, but his eyes were resolute. "Young master, why do you have to make things difficult for us? The daughter of the city lord is extremely beautiful, talented, and has a high status. The two of you are a perfect match." The 3 dark-robed men tried to persuade them as they fought. Since the hard way didn't work, they could only use the soft way. On the other side, the short flute man of the Dark Wings Foreshadows flew towards the city wall. On the city wall, a youth in purple armor gazed into the distance and said curiously, "What's going on? It seems like they've started fighting. Zhao Feng and the Foreshadows?" The youth in purple armor was Lu Yuan, the one who had received Zhao Feng and Uncle Lu. He was one of the elites of the Flooding Lake Lu family. Back then, it was Lu Yuan who had brought the news of the marriage contest to Zhao Feng. Later on, when Zhao Feng became the city lord's son-in-law, Lu Yuan was envious and could only sigh. Why would the Foreshadows attack Zhao Feng? Isn't he the city lord's son-in-law about to get married? Lu Yuan was puzzled. No matter how much he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Zhao Feng would run away from the marriage. After all, marrying a girl like Lu Qinxin was the dream of countless men in the Flooding Lake City. The city lord's son-in-law wants to run away. Send reinforcements. The dark-robed man with the short flute flashed a token. What? Zhao Feng ran away? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. His mouth opened, so wide that an apple could fit inside. "What are you spacing out for? I'm going to report this to the city lord." The dark-robed man turned into a blur and flew into the Flooding Lake City. "Quick, gather the elites and capture the city lord's son-in-law." Lu Yuan finally reacted. At this moment, his emotions were extremely complicated. Thinking back, it was him who had brought Zhao Feng into the Flooding Lake City and introduced him to the marriage contest. And now he was going to personally capture Zhao Feng. By the time Lu Yuan gathered the elites and set off, Zhao Feng had calculated the time to be 20 breaths. Around 10 breaths had passed. 10 breaths. 9 breaths. 8 breaths. Reinforcements are about to arrive. The 3 dark-robed figures followed closely behind Zhao Feng and circulated their qi of half-step true spirit. "Looks like I'll have to pay a price." Zhao Feng sighed lightly. As his figure flashed, he suddenly stopped and appeared in the middle of the 3 dark-robed men. Zhao Feng's body was surrounded by a faint azure barrier of lightning that looked like a spider web. All the attacks that came close to the lightning shield would be turned into ashes by the powerful lightning. Such a strong defense was the reason why Zhao Feng was able to face 3 experts at half-step true spirit realm. The instant he stood up, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye contracted and his azure hair flowed like a waterfall as he spread his arms. In a split second, his entire body was encircled by an intense green electric current. Even the lightning elemental energy in the surroundings started to move abnormally. At this moment, Zhao Feng's comprehension of the lightning inheritance had reached a peak. The deathly stillness before the storm made the three dark, robed figures unable to breathe. Not good. He's going to use a powerful move. The three men in dark robes found it hard to breathe. The air was filled with numbness, and the air was filled with electric shocks. Ring of lightning. Zhao Feng spread his arms, and his azure hair danced in the air. Arcs of azure lightning formed a chain that swept in every direction. Chain-shaped arcs of lightning spread through the air from Zhao Feng's feet and instantly covered a radius of 20 yards. In an instant, the area 10 yards under Zhao Feng's feet turned into a scorched pit. Arg! The three men in dark robes surrounding him trembled violently as the rippling electric rings swept over them as if they were convulsing. The first breath, the three trembled and their bodies froze. The second breath, the closest dark robed figure's feet were scorched black as he fell to the ground. Soon the third breath, the fourth breath. The other two dark robed figures were unable to control their bodies and fell to the ground. The ring of lightning was extremely powerful. It formed an area of effect attack, and the powerful electric shock caused the bodies of all living beings to go numb. Plop, plop, plop. The three dark robed men fell to the ground in shock and helplessness. If it wasn't for the fact that they had circulated their chi of half-step true spirit to the maximum to protect their bodies, they would have probably turned into 3 pieces of charcoal. Zhao Feng let out a long breath as he slowly put down his hands and the ring of lightning around him disappeared. Activating the ring of lightning had lasted for several breaths. After defeating the 3, Zhao Feng's true force had been reduced by a quarter. From this, one could see the cost. Young master, the 3 dark-robed figures couldn't even speak as their bodies trembled. In a short amount of time, the 3 at half-step true spirit realm were paralyzed on the ground and had lost 70% of their battle power. They could no longer pose any threat to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's face was expressionless as he quickly ate a precious true yuan pill to recover his energy. At the same time, he summoned the azure sharp swallow and was about to fly away. Zhao Feng, don't even think about running. Lu Yuan led the 2 guards at half-step true spirit realm and chased after him. Behind them was a group of 100 people, looking at the 3 paralyzed, dark, robed figures on the ground. Lu Yuan was stunned. He had personally seen Zhao Feng use the ring of lightning to make these people lose their battle power. At this moment, he was sitting on the 2-headed flaming bird and was like a ball of red flame that shot toward Zhao Feng. Lu Yuan, you're too late. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and boarded the azure sharp swallow. Even if he was surrounded by these people, he didn't need to worry. After all, a group like the Darkwing's 4 shadows was hard to replicate. This loose group would allow Zhao Feng to escape unscathed before they even surrounded him. He was even confident that he could kill them all. Zhao Feng, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Lu Yuan exclaimed as his battle intent surged. Seeing Zhao Feng's strength, his competitive spirit was ignited. Zhao Feng's escape would definitely anger the city lord and the Lu family. If he could defeat him, he might even be able to replace his fiancée's position. He one-on-one? Zhao Feng stood on the azure sharp swallow and looked at Lu Yuan and the group with a mocking smile. Do you dare? Everyone retreat 20 yards. Lu Yuan tried to provoke the group behind him. Regardless of whether Zhao Feng fought or not, he first created a situation where he could fight one-on-one. Once Zhao Feng fought, even if he lost, he would be able to stall for time and more reinforcements would arrive. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhao Feng stood with his hands behind his back as he faced the hundreds of pursuers. He thought in his heart that although he had used up a lot of true force, his mental energy was still full. Quickly dealing with this tail would save him trouble. Ha ha ha. Let's have a fair fight. Lu Yuan was overjoyed as he roared and charged toward Zhao Feng. One move to decide the winner. Zhao Feng did not move as he opened his god's spiritual eye. There seemed to be an azure abyss in his eyes that extended infinitely. Chapter 275. Decide victory in one move? Lu Yuan snickered coldly in his heart as his chi of half-step true spirit surged like a raging flame. Facing Zhao Feng, Lu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. After all, he had personally seen Zhao Feng use his ultimate move to defeat 3 of the Darkwing's 4 shadows. In terms of strength, Lu Yuan didn't think he was weaker than any one of the Darkwing's 4 shadows. 1 against 2 would be difficult, but 1 against 3 would definitely lose. However, Zhao Feng had just experienced an intense battle and would definitely be exhausted. Only then did Lu Yuan have the confidence to issue a challenge. However, you want to beat me in one move. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with coldness as his chi of half-step true spirit boiled and a scarlet flame appeared around his body. He was like a scarlet-red shadow that destroyed everything. However, in his vision, Zhao Feng stood motionlessly on the azure sharp swallow with his hands behind his back. He's not going to make a move? Lu Yuan, the 2 half-step true spirit realm cultivators, and the pursuers behind him were all surprised. Zhao Feng's expression was cold and full of mockery as he placed his hands behind his back, with no intention of making a move. What did he mean? This Zhao Feng's too arrogant. Lu Yuan is burning his chi of half-step true spirit, and his battle power is close to the true spirit realm. Even the Darkwing's 4 shadows wouldn't dare to face him head-on. Everyone stared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't make a move. His only action was to open his god's spiritual eye and glance at Lu Yuan. The gazes of those behind him met the azure eye and felt as if their consciousness had been sucked out and they were standing on a cliff. Cold sweat appeared on their backs. It was hard to imagine the pressure the latter had to bear. Lu Yuan's consciousness shook and was sucked away by Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. Lu Yuan's mind shook and his consciousness was sucked away by Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. Lu Yuan's consciousness shook and was sucked away by Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. Lu Yuan's body froze in the air as he struggled. Plop! Lu Yuan's body fell from the sky. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. His face was pale, and he was extremely exhausted. Lu Yuan half knelt on the ground with fear, shock, and exhaustion. He seemed to be on the verge of fainting. The expressions of the pursuers changed dramatically. The 2 guard captains at half-step true spirit realm took in a cold breath. With just 1 glance, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline had killed Lu Yuan. Of the group, Lu Yuan's strength was the strongest. The other 2 at half-step true spirit realm were slightly weaker. That youth stood on the azure sharp swallow with his hands behind his back. His azure hair fluttered in the wind, making him look mysterious and strange. I didn't think that my god's god. Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. In the dimension of his left eye, the azure abyss had reached the limit of 7 feet and 77 feet. In he, I true god, and Yuan said. Chen's god I Feng, Ayan said. San, the Feng, his mental energy level wasn't any weaker than those at the true spirit realm. Using the god's spiritual eye to create the illusion prison, to trap and torture Lu Yuan didn't consume much of Zhao Feng's mental energy. Moreover, the recovery rate of his mind power was much faster than before. If that's the case, Zhao Feng stood on the azure sharp swallow and continued to rise into the air. The 2 half-step true spirit realm and hundreds of pursuers didn't give up. Shua! Zhao Feng coldly opened his god's spiritual eye and stared at the other 2 half-step true spirit realm guards. Plop! Plop! The two half-step true spirit realm fell from the air with shock and pain on their faces. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, as if they were about to fall apart. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye had been modified according to Lin Tong's heavenly absent eye and was more suitable for the god spiritual eye. The god spiritual eye was much stronger than Lin Tong's eye bloodline in terms of mental energy source and talent. With a thought, Zhao Feng could create an illusion prison to torture the opponent's consciousness. In the mental energy world, time flowed differently than in the real world. In the blink of an eye, an hour might have passed in the mental energy world. When the opponent's consciousness was tortured to the point of exhaustion, they would lose control of their body. Mental energy consciousness was the core of life. Even if one's body and true force were heaven-defying, if their mental energy consciousness was destroyed, they would just be a pile of flesh and blood. Zhao Feng's god spiritual I had stared a total of 3 times, and Lu Yuan and the other 2 half-step true spirit realm were all defeated. This Zhao Feng, Lu Yuan was drenched in cold sweat as pain and exhaustion enveloped his body. In his vision, Zhao Feng sat on the azure sharp swallow with his hands behind his back as his figure became smaller and smaller in the clouds. The 3 dark-robed figures and Lu Yuan and company could only watch as Zhao Feng flew away. This was especially so for Lu Yuan. His emotions were extremely complex, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Back then, it was he who had welcomed this youth into the flooding lake city. Today, he had personally sent Zhao Feng off. This meant that he had witnessed everything that this youth had experienced in the flooding lake city, from start to finish. I didn't think that he had hidden such strength. Mental energy eye technique? He didn't use it when he fought us just then. The 3 dark-robed figures on the ground were filled with shock and bitterness. Of course, when Zhao Feng fought them, he wasn't suitable to use this method. This was because the Dark Wing's 4 shadows had perfectly coordinated with each other. Zhao Feng's illusion prison required him to be extremely focused against those at half-step true spirit realm. At the very least, he couldn't be distracted for 1 or 2 breaths. Even though he could kill one of the dark-robed figures with a single glance, the others would have plenty of opportunities to capture and kill him a few times over. This was also why Zhao Feng was full of mockery when Lu Yuan suggested a one-on-one fight and a fair fight. On the spot, more than 100 pursuers stood dazed on the scorched ground. No one under half-step true spirit realm could catch up to Zhao Feng. Even if they could, it would be useless. Who could block one of his eyes? We've tried our best. Only those at the true spirit realm can deal with him now. Lu Yuan powerlessly fell to the ground. Dozens of breaths later, Chiu! From the direction of the flooding lake city came the sound of flying, and a powerful aura of the true spirit realm approached. True spirit realm. Lu Yuan and company were overjoyed. A few breaths later, a man dressed like a scholar and holding a black brush landed at the scene of the incident. What happened? Where did Zhao Feng go? Uncle Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes went red, and he almost started to cry. This male at the true spirit realm was Lu Yuan. Before, due to the beasts going berserk, Lu Yuan, being an expert at the true spirit realm, helped settle the chaos. However, after a while, he lost sight of Zhao Feng and immediately went to find him. On the way, he met the messenger of the Dark Wing's 4 shadows. The Dark Wing's 4 shadows and the 6 half-step true spirit realms of the city guards, all lost to him? Lu Yuan's expression changed in disbelief. His eyes scanned across the 10-yard-wide scorched hole that was still smoking. The destructive power was terrifying. In the scorched hole, the 3 dark-robed figures were still paralyzed and hadn't recovered their true force. Lu Yuan and company didn't have any injuries, but they were exhausted and had no energy to control their bodies. How could he? Lu Yuan was dazed and couldn't believe that the scene in front of him had been left behind by a junior at the 7th sky. On the contrary, if Lu Yuan and company said that this was caused by a true spirit realm, he he would believe it without a doubt. In just a short 20 to 30 breaths, he had defeated the Dark Wing's 4 shadows and made Lu Yuan and company lose their battle power. Even normal, true, human rank experts wouldn't be able to do this. This was especially so for the Dark Wing's 4 shadows. They specialized in combined attacks and could even trap those at the true human rank for a while. Such a powerful lineup was actually defeated by a youth in an instant. Where did that Zhao Feng run off to? After Lu Yuan got the answer, she turned into a bright white rainbow light and pierced through the clouds in an instant. Her aura was astonishing. The speed of those at the true spirit realm in a short amount of time far surpassed flying beasts at the 7th sky. What happens next has nothing to do with us, but we still need to ask for forgiveness from the city lord. The dark-robed figures had bitter expressions. As time passed, more and more people arrived, and there were even figures at the true spirit realm. Without an exception, when these people saw the scene, they were all shocked. A measly youth at the 7th sky has such power? The son-in-law of the city, Lord, actually ran away from the wedding? What a joke! After the commotion of the beast stopped, another wave broke out in the flooding Lake City. This news quickly spread to the flooding Lake City and the City Lord's Palace. City Lord's Palace, the flooding Lake City, Lord stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a trembling, dark, robed figure, running away from the wedding. He dares to run away from the wedding? A measly junior at the 7th sky dares to run away from your sight. The flooding Lake City, Lord's originally scholarly face, turned cold and dark. His breathing was rapid and his chest heaved up and down as an unprecedented anger was brewing. The true human rank experts next to him didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The flooding Lake City Lord was the genius of the flooding Lake Lu family and was famed for his scholarly and scheming. This was the first time they had seen the city Lord so angry that he couldn't even control himself. Reporting to the city Lord, Zhao Feng defeated 3 people from the Dark Wing's shadow. Reporting to the city Lord, Zhao Feng defeated 3 experts at the half-step true spirit realm and rode the azure sharp swallow. No one can stop him. Reporting to the city Lord, Lord Lu Yuan has personally gone to capture Zhao Feng. News after news quickly spread to the city Lord's palace. With every new piece of news, the anger on the flooding Lake City Lord's face would increase. The powerful combination of Shadow of the Dark Feather was actually defeated by him. Lu Yuan and company weren't even able to block a glance from him. The flooding Lake City Lord was both shocked and angry as his roar spread across the city Lord's palace. At this moment in time, the clouds above the city Lord's palace seemed to tremble, showing the flooding Lake City Lord's limitless anger. Passed down the order to capture Zhao Feng in the flooding lake area. The enraged voice pierced through the clouds under the incomparable majesty. An elder at the true mystic rank sighed, the only person that can catch up to Zhao Feng seems to be Lu Yuan. That's right. As long as Lu Yuan can catch up, Zhao Feng won't be able to escape. Many people place their hopes on Lu Yuan, who is at the true spirit realm. From the current situation, only those at the true spirit realm could deal with Zhao Feng. Chapter 276. In the air, the azure sharp swallow spread its wings, and Zhao Feng stood with his hands behind his back. At this point in time, he closed his eyes and used the time to digest the medicine and recover his yuan qi. With the ancient bloodline, Zhao Feng's recovery speed was much faster than others, and in just a short while he had almost recovered. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng opened his eyes, and a faint blue light flashed in the center of his azure eyes. Could it be that my left eye is going to change again? Zhao Feng murmured. After fighting for a while, Zhao Feng constantly circulated his god's spiritual eye, and the mysterious faint blue aura would occasionally appear. His hand gently caressed the pure green hair. Unknowingly, 1 or 2 strands of blue hair had appeared in the small tuft of azure hair. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly as his expression became solemn. An extremely small portion of his spirited green hair was beginning to turn a dreamy light blue. The faint blue aura in his left eye, the strands of blue hair. What did all of this mean? Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled with joy, uneasiness, and expectation. Right at this moment, from the clouds behind came the sound of something flying through the air. The aura of the true spirit realm. Not good. Zhao Feng's expression changed. His god spiritual eye looked back and saw a white figure chasing after him from 10 to 20 miles away. Lu Yuan. Zhao Feng instantly recognized the identity of the person. Before running away, Zhao Feng had specially interacted with this Lu Yuan. Zhao Feng, why aren't you coming back with me to the city to apologize? Lu Yuan's righteous voice contained the aura of the true spirit realm and resounded through the clouds, causing the nearby birds to scatter in fear. Zhao Feng stood on the azure sharp swallow with his hands behind his back, and a mocking smile appeared on his face, but he didn't reply. Lu Yuan's anger was ignited. This Zhao Feng wasn't just arrogant, he didn't even put those at the true spirit realm in his eyes. Could it be that he thinks he can fight against those at the true spirit realm? Lu Yuan recalled Zhao Feng's recent achievements and stopped underestimating him. However, Lu Yuan didn't believe that a junior at the seventh sky who hadn't even reached the half-step true spirit realm could fight against those at the true spirit realm. Normal true human rank experts can only fly for 10 to 20 miles before running out of energy. Past 1 to 2 miles, they'll be exhausted. Zhao Feng's face was calm. They were in the air, not on the ground. Those at the true spirit realm could use their own power to break through the restrictions of the ground and fly. However, humans were not birds after all, nor were they a species that was good at flying. Therefore, the flying ability of a true human rank was weaker than some flying beasts. However, the explosive power of those at the true spirit realm couldn't be underestimated. This Lu Yuan is 10 to 20 miles away from me. By the time he catches up to me, he'll have passed the time limit. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye was very precise. If it was any other transcending mortality stage cultivator, they would have lost all hope after being hunted down by a true spirit realm cultivator. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's mind was calm as he calculated the pros and cons of both sides. Even with Zhao Feng's current strength, his chances of winning against Lu Yuan at the true spirit realm was less than 30%. Lu Yuan wasn't dumb and didn't continue to use her chi of true spirit. Instead, she summoned her flying mount, Rainbow Sparrow. This Rainbow Sparrow was the same size as the azure sharp swallow, but it was light and fast. Its cultivation had also reached the half-step true spirit realm. When the Rainbow Sparrow flew at full speed, its speed was even slightly faster than the azure sharp swallow. The distance between the two was closing. Lu Yuan laughed arrogantly. Zhao Feng, there's no hope for you anymore. Hurry up and surrender. Zhao Feng didn't move as he watched Lu Yuan close in on him. The pressure of the true spirit realm made the azure sharp swallow tremble uneasily. Not long after, Lu Yuan was 10 miles away from Zhao Feng, and the smile on the former's face became calmer. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly whistled as his god spiritual eye gave off a weird undulation. In the next instant, the colorful phosphorus swallow under Lu Yuan's feet let out a shrill cry and frantically flapped its wings. The dazzling, multicolored light turned into a tornado that swept in all directions. Sparrow! Sparrow! What's wrong? Lu Yuan was caught off guard. The Rainbow Sparrow clashed with him and attacked crazily. The first round of attacks had even left him with some light injuries. Immediately following, the rainbow phosphorus flying swallow screeched and lost its consciousness. It fell onto the mountain peak below, causing the mountain rocks to split apart and dust to fly everywhere. The rainbow phosphorus flying swallow was directly smashed to pieces. Sparrow, Lu Yuan's face was filled with anger as he stared coldly at Zhao Feng. Shameless brat, How dare you harm my mount? He suddenly remembered that when Zhao Feng sparred with him last time, he had offered to tame his mount. At that time, Lu Yuan didn't suspect anything. After all, after taming it, it had become smarter and more obedient. Furthermore, no one would have thought that Zhao Feng would run away and betray the flooding lake city lord. How will you chase me after losing your mount? Zhao Feng smiled faintly. This escape from the marriage could be said to have been meticulously planned and calculated all kinds of possibilities, especially Lu Yuan, who was the true spirit realm expert that Zhao Feng would most likely fight against. If he didn't trap him, Zhao Feng's escape plan would fail. 10 miles is more than enough to chase you. Lu Yuan exclaimed as a white light shone from his body and chased after Zhao Feng. Normal, true, human-rank cultivators could only maintain their speed for 10 to 20 miles. In this period of time, Lu Yuan's speed surpassed the Azure Sharp Swallow by a level. After 20 miles, he would enter a stalemate with the Azure Sharp Swallow, and as time passed, he would become slower. Lu Yuan was closing in bit by bit and within a few miles. Hee, let's wait and see the battle in the sky. Zhao Feng laughed lightly as the Luoho bow appeared in his hand. In terms of attack range, even those at the true spirit realm couldn't compare to bows. Zhao Feng circulated his true force and bloodline power, and the surface of the Luoho bow was covered in a layer of azure lightning and an icy blue light that covered Zhao Feng's body. Chiu! Arcs of lightning appeared on the Luoho arrow and a ring of wind formed on its tail. Bung! Bang! Whoosh! 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 3 chilling lightning arrows streaked across the void, crisscrossing with each other, leaving an unbelievably nimble trajectory as they streaked across an area of several miles like lightning. Lu Yuan, who was flying at high speed, heard the crackling of electricity. Traces of coldness and electric shock came from the nearby void. Although he was flying and his movements were agile, he couldn't avoid the 3 Luoho arrows no matter what. After being refined, the grade of the Luoho bow had reached the peak of the mortal grade, and along with the high-grade Luoho arrows, its power had reached the limit of a mortal-grade weapon. Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power and merged the lightning inheritance into it. Each Luoho arrow could instantly kill those at the 7th sky, or even those at the half-step true spirit realm. Even someone as strong as Lu Yuan felt the threat of the Luoho arrows. He took a deep breath, and a black brush appeared in his hand. He waved it forcefully, and a streak of white mist soared up to 100 or 2 zhang, bold and unrestrained. Lu Yuan's next attack was much stronger than Zhao Feng's ring of lightning. Ding! Pung! The Luoho arrows clashed with Lu Yuan's attack and exploded with a terrifying coldness and lightning. Lu Yuan could easily deal with the Luoho bow's attack, but the coldness and numbness contained within was terrifying. Every time he dealt with it, his speed would slow down. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's Luoho arrows instantly returned to their original positions and shot through the air, sending arcs of cold lightning toward Lu Yuan. In the air, not only did Lu Yuan have to fly, he also had to deal with the arrows, slowing down his speed. In just 10 breaths' time, Lu Yuan was in a ruffled state. If it was on the ground, he would have already charged up, and even if there were 3 to 5 cultivators at the half-step true spirit realm, he would be able to finish them off in an instant. However, this was the domain of the sky, a battle in the sky. Zhao Feng stood on the Azure Sharp Swallow and didn't need to use any true force to fly. From the start, he had taken care of Lu Yuan's mount and had the advantage. Junior, don't let me catch you. Lu Yuan furiously circulated her chi of true spirit and almost burned all of it. Back then, the first elder of the Broken Moon clan had burned his chi of true spirit to kill a cultivator at the true spirit realm from the Iron Dragon country, giving the Broken Moon clan a chance to breathe. Although Lu Yuan had gone crazy, he wasn't in a life and death situation and didn't dare to truly burn his chi of true spirit. Once he burned his chi of true spirit, it would harm his foundation and might cause him to drop in cultivation or lose any hope of breaking through in the future. Almost burning his chi of true spirit, Lu Yuan's exhausted speed once again rose. Zhao Feng shot out 3 arrows at lightning speed, which were blocked by Lu Yuan, causing him to be lightly injured as he closed in. Only 2 miles left. Zhao Feng's expression was solemn as he took a deep breath and roared. His mental energy sound boomed like thunder. He didn't hope that this would be able to stop Lu Yuan. Suddenly, his god's spiritual eye was pushed to the limit. There seemed to be an azure abyss in his left eye that extended infinitely. Lu Yuan's mind shook and his consciousness shook as he struggled. Zhao Feng felt that it was extremely difficult. The mental energy illusion created by the god's spiritual eye was several times harder than the half-step true spirit realm. At this point in time, his god's spiritual eye had also been pushed to the limit. A faint blue light suddenly appeared in the azure abyss. The power of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye instantly increased by half a level. Shua! Lu Yuan had the illusion that she had been transported to another space. She was trapped in an iron prison with bursts of green lightning. Under her feet was a bottomless abyss, and above her head was a majestic thundercloud. This place is... Lu Yuan's heart jumped. He had fallen into the opponent's mental energy illusion. In the illusion prison created by Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, Lu Yuan's consciousness was being tortured endlessly. However, Zhao Feng was barely able to pull the opponent into the illusion prison. To stabilize the illusion prison and trap the opponent, the mental energy expenditure was more than 10 times that of normal seventh sky cultivators. In the mental energy illusion, the resistance of those at the true spirit realm was like an ocean. A breath later, cold sweat appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead and his mental energy was extremely weak. At the same time, Lu Yuan struggled to break out of the illusion prison. His face was filled with anger and humiliation, but his mental energy was extremely weak. Thinking about how he, an expert at the true spirit realm, had been tortured by Zhao Feng for an entire 2 hours, the humiliation was indescribable. Chapter 277. In the air, Zhao Feng still stood on the back of the azure sharp swallow, and the abyss in the center of his azure, left eye was slightly dimmer. Using the god's spiritual eye to create an illusion prison to restrict and torture the consciousness of those at the true spirit realm required several times more mental energy than those at the half-step true spirit realm. Even though Zhao Feng's source of mental energy was strong, it was still slightly tiring. More importantly, he had tortured Lu Yuan for an entire 2 hours in the mental energy dimension, and the latter's mental energy consciousness hadn't been weakened to the limit. The aura of the true spirit realm still lingered in the air, but it seemed to be lacking in power. Lu Yuan's chi of true spirit was faintly dimmer. Just a breath's time had caused his body to descend and increase the distance between them. Lu Yuan's mental energy consciousness had been weakened and was extremely tired. At this point in time, he only had 70% of his peak strength. Adding on the fact that he had almost burnt his chi of half-step true spirit, he wasn't able to continue. Lu Yuan and Zhao Feng were still facing each other in the air. However, the distance between the two was slowly increasing. One had a spiritual pet and the other didn't. In a battle in the air, the difference was extremely obvious. Only those at the true lord rank would be able to fight in the air for a long time. Shameless brat. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. His face was filled with hatred, but his eyes were also filled with helplessness. From that day in the city lord's palace, Zhao Feng had schemed against him for today's battle. At this point in time, he could only watch as Zhao Feng flew further and further away until he turned into a black dot and merged into the sky. Lu Yuan was weak and helpless. A gloomy anger was stifling in her chest. To think that he, an expert at the true spirit realm, would fail in chasing a junior at the seventh sky. If Lu Yuan hadn't caught up to Zhao Feng, it would have been fine. However, he had caught up to Zhao Feng, and the two had fought for a while. However, the one who lost out was him. Zhao Feng sat on the azure sharp swallow and flew further and further until he was 100 miles away. He then opened his god's spiritual eye and scanned his surroundings. After making sure that no one noticed him, Zhao Feng put away the azure sharp swallow, activated the Yin shadow cloak, and blended into the forest. As long as one wasn't at the true spirit realm, it would be hard to find him if they used their spiritual sense to search around. At that time, Zhao Feng could use the power of the Yin shadow cloak to appear and disappear mysteriously. It was for this reason that Zhao Feng chose to repel Lu Yuan instead of using the dark shadow cloak. Because Lu Yuan didn't have a flying beast as a mount, she had to keep flying. After fighting for a while, she had used up a lot of energy and slowly landed on the ground. After half a cup of tea's time, a piercing sound came from behind along with the aura of someone at the true spirit realm. The newcomer was a black-armored general. His cultivation had reached the true human rank, and his aura was even stronger than Lu Yuan's. Lu Yuan recognized this person. He was the commander of the flooding Lake City's garrison. At this moment, they were of the same generation and level. Lu Yuan's face was full of guilt and dispiritedness. She didn't even know what to say. The black-armored commander swept his gaze over Lu Yuan, who was seated cross-legged below, and was startled. Lu Yuan looked very weak. Her clothes were torn in several places, and there were even a few scorch marks on her face. She was in a rather sorry state. "Brother Lu, where did that brat run off to? Did you meet another expert at the true spirit realm?" The black-armored commander's expression was solemn. This kind of situation could only happen if the enemy had an expert at the true spirit realm. He knew Lu Yuan's strength very well. He had cultivated in the Qin Sword Palace and specialized in movement skills. He could even deal with 1 or 2 normal true human rank experts in a short amount of time. With this question, Lu Yuan's handsome face went red, and he said bitterly, "There's no other experts at the true human rank. I let that brat run away? How was this possible?" The black-armored commander's eyes bulged out, as if he couldn't believe this result. At this moment, the sound of flying came from behind. A few fast-flying beasts had arrived. The first batch of reinforcements were all at the half-step true spirit realm and 7th sky. There was also another expert at the true spirit realm. When they saw Lu Yuan's dispiritedness, they were all surprised. Zhao Feng ran in that direction, but it's hard to say if he'll change direction and hide in the forest. Lu Yuan didn't want to talk about the exact situation and only pointed out the direction that Zhao Feng had escaped in. In reality, Lu Yuan didn't have much hope of catching Zhao Feng. The Canopy Great Country was too big. Just the area around the flooding lake was comparable to the entire Cloud Country. No matter how stupid Zhao Feng was, he wouldn't run in the same direction. Flooding Lake City, City Lord's Palace. News regarding the pursuit of Zhao Feng had reached the Flooding Lake City Lord. There's 5 experts at the true spirit realm, close to 100 at the 7th sky and half-step true spirit realm, and over 1,000 others chasing after Zhao Feng. A city guard captain said, "I don't care what methods you use. I just want to know the result of catching Zhao Feng." The Flooding Lake City Lord's voice was cold and authoritative. Today he had been angrier than he had been in the past 10 years, greatly damaging his scholarly image. His son-in-law running away had caused the entire Flooding Lake City to fall into chaos. Countless experts had been sent out, but they still hadn't caught him in a short amount of time. Furthermore, the people chasing after Zhao Feng had all failed, greatly damaging the Flooding Lake City's reputation. Lu Yuan is the first expert at the true spirit realm to catch up to Zhao Feng. Whether he succeeds or not will depend on him. Next to the Flooding Lake City Lord was an elder at the true mystic rank who had a high status and seniority. The nearby people also faintly nodded their heads. If even Lu Yuan, the fastest cultivator at the true spirit realm, couldn't catch up to him, then it would be hard to catch up to Zhao Feng with how many methods he had. Although Lu Yuan's performance wasn't outstanding after returning from the Qin Sword Palace, at least he didn't disappoint me. The flooding Lake City Lord faintly nodded his head. Right now, his biggest hope was still on Lu Yuan. Shua, a ghost-like figure, flashed in front of the flooding Lake City Lord. Reporting to the City Lord, Lu Yuan's attempt to catch Zhao Feng has ended in failure. The figure said, "Failure." The hearts of the flooding Lake City Lord and company shook as the anger and aura of the true spirit realm in the air rose once more. With Lu Yuan's speed, how can he not catch up to Zhao Feng in a short amount of time? The expression of the true mystic rank elder changed slightly. According to the news, Lu Yuan has caught up to Zhao Feng and even fought for a short amount of time. However, the figure reported. Knowing the details, everyone present was filled with shock. How is this possible, unless there's someone at the true spirit realm? Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Right at this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Yuan has failed the City Lord's task and has come to apologize. A figure that looked a little down and out flew over. Lu Yuan. Everyone was shocked and asked what had happened. Lu Yuan's face was filled with guilt and bitterness as he reported what had happened. Knowing that Zhao Feng had started to scheme against Lu Yuan's spiritual pets a few days ago, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This youth's intelligence was terrifying. After listening to the details of the battle and the game, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhao Feng's every step used his advantage to the maximum. Looks like we've underestimated this brat's eye bloodline. Even normal true human rank experts can't completely block his mental energy eye technique. The true human rank elder had a solemn expression. Zhao Feng. This Zhao Feng managed to escape under the eyes of countless experts of the flooding Lake City. The flooding Lake City Lord's anger had reached the limit. The aura of the peak true mystic rank filled the heavens and earth, causing the nearby heaven-earth Yuan Qi to boil. A large dark cloud of fire seemed to form above the City Lord's palace. Everyone's heart was pressured and they couldn't breathe. Even those at the true spirit realm felt their hearts jump. Only the true mystic rank elder with the highest cultivation dared to calm them down. 9 heavens, don't let anger control your emotions. You're the most talented genius of the flooding lake, Lu family. In less than 100 years, you've reached the peak of the true human rank, and your mystic fire nirvana scripture has reached the peak 8th level. As long as you take half a step further, your name will spread across the world and push the flooding lake, Lu family, towards glory. Yes, 6th uncle. The anger in the flooding lake City Lord's heart calmed down. However, right at this moment, reporting to the City Lord, young lady has mysteriously disappeared. We've searched the entire City Lord's palace, but there's no sign of her. This news made everyone's heart shake once more, and they cursed in their hearts. All of the flooding Lake City's attention was on the City Lord's son-in-law, and they didn't expect Lu Qinqin to suddenly disappear. According to witnesses, the direction that young lady left in was the same direction as Zhao Feng. No need to ask. Lu Qinqin had most likely gone to chase after her fiancé, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng. You've ruined the reputation of the flooding lake, Lu family. The flooding Lake City Lord's anger that had just calmed down exploded once more and reached a critical point. In that instant, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi seemed to boil. The clouds were dyed red, and the entire City Lord's palace seemed to sink into magma. The nearby true human rank experts, such as Lu Yuan and company, couldn't even stand straight. Boom! The air seemed to shake as if it was dyed in a scarlet red light. The enraged flooding Lake City Lord's bloodline and power of true spirit were almost on fire as his eyes turned silver red. His silver red eyes glowed with a scarlet flame. The scarlet light that filled the world suddenly blossomed with a magnificent multicolored light. The true spirit realm within the flooding lake city, Lord's body boiled and broke through a threshold. The hearts of those at the true spirit realm shook, and they had the urge to kneel down. At this moment in time, the flooding lake city, Lord seemed to stand in the clouds and look down coldly. Great! The true Lord rank. My flooding lake, Lu family, finally, has a true Lord rank expert. The elder at the true mystic rank couldn't help but have tears in his eyes as he felt the flooding lake city, Lord's power, and his heart trembled. Congratulations, city, Lord, for breaking through to the true Lord rank. The true Lord rank is the strongest. From today onwards, the flooding lake Lu family will become the strongest family of the Canopy Great Country. The one emperor, 3 sects, and 4 families will have to be wary of us. The experts within the city, Lord's palace, were filled with excitement. The instant the true Lord rank was born, all those at the true spirit realm within several thousand miles felt it. True Lord rank. Another true Lord rank has appeared in the Canopy Great Country. Every true Lord rank could change the situation of the great country. 3,000 miles away, a palanquin with blood tattoos of dragons and swords crossed floated in the air and was carried by 4 true human rank bearers. A new true Lord rank. The fortune of the Lu family is too big. The blood-haired Tiamat sighed faintly and closed his eyes. Chapter 278. In a desolate mountain forest on a precipitous land. Shua. Zhao Feng's figure was like a ghost as he appeared from a green area. This aura! Zhao Feng's expression became solemn as his god spiritual. I felt a change in the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. The flooding Lake City Lord. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he was at least 1,000 miles away from the flooding lake city, but he could still sense an aura from the city lord. This aura was extremely compatible with the fire element in the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he analyzed and came to a terrifying conclusion. It was obvious that the flooding lake city lord had broken through to the true lord rank, or he had the strength of a true lord rank, but was hiding his cultivation. This result was terrible for Zhao Feng. Being in the Canopy Great Country, Zhao Feng obviously knew the influence and power of a true Lord rank expert. The 8 strongest forces in the Great Country all had at least one true Lord rank, or else, no matter how many cultivators at the Ascended Realm or True Spirit Realm they had, it wouldn't be enough. According to the ranking system of ancient clans, a half-star force needed to have at least a true Lord rank. Zhao Feng wasn't sure if the flooding lake Lu family could be compared to a half-star force, but the forces of the 13 clans definitely didn't have the right. All in all, the flooding lake city Lord's true Lord rank influence was extremely detrimental to Zhao Feng's escape and his sect's mission. This flooding lake city Lord is very calculative. With his true Lord rank status, he might put me on the wanted list of the entire Canopy Great Country. Although the Canopy Great Country is huge and the forces are complicated, his power can at least cover the flooding lake area. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. With the current situation, he needed to leave the flooding lake area as soon as possible. Shua. Zhao Feng used the Yin Shadow cloak to head towards the Canopy Great Country capital. The Canopy Great Country capital was the capital of a great country and was one of the most prosperous cities in the northern continent. Zhao Feng had stayed in the flooding lake city for half a year and naturally had a map of the Canopy Great Country in his mind. He would occasionally open his god's spiritual eye to observe the terrain and compare it with the map in his mind, forming a real map. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Zhao Feng tried not to use the azure sharp swallow as it was too eye-catching in the air. Canopy Great Country couldn't be compared to the 13 countries. Martial arts was prevalent here, and there were many sects and families. Flying beasts could be seen in the air. On this day, Zhao Feng landed in front of a small pond. What's going on? My eyes. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye felt slightly tired. Every time he used his left eye, The tiredness he felt would become more obvious. Strangely, Zhao Feng found that his source of psychic energy was clearly abundant. A few days ago, when he faced off against Lu Yuan, his god's spiritual eye had been opened to the limit, and his mental energy had been rapidly consumed. It wasn't this obvious. The water in the pond was very calm, like the surface of a mirror. Zhao Feng stood in front of the pond with a head of green jade-like hair, giving off a mysterious and wicked aura. Soon, Zhao Feng found that about 1/10 of his green hair had turned faint blue. The color of his hair had been changing over the past few days. In addition, a cold, faint blue aura would occasionally appear in his green left eye. Every time this aura appeared, the power of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye would rise. That day when he faced off against Lu Yuan, it was because of this that he was able to barely use his mental energy. However, he still wasn't able to win against someone at the true spirit realm and could only run away. But now, although Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye wasn't used too much, it still felt tired. Meow meow. The little thieving cat suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and 2 bronze coins appeared in its hands, which it gestured towards Zhao Feng. Of the 2 bronze coins, one was from the Floating Crest Palace, and the other from Lu Qinshin. The one from the Floating Crest Palace was newer, and the one from Lu Qinshin was slightly rusty. You mean who caught up with us? Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. The little thieving cat nodded its head and flipped the 2 bronze coins in its hands in the air with a ding. How was it? Zhao Feng cursed in his heart. His escape route was extremely well hidden. How could he still be caught? The little thieving cat suddenly sensed something, and one of the bronze coins gave a ding. It rolled and hid in the spiritual pet bag. This aura was very familiar to Zhao Feng. Not good. Zhao Feng circulated the Yin shadow cloak and hid next to the pond. A few breaths later, a beautiful figure wearing a snow-white veil descended like a white feather. She was elegant and tranquil, like a fairy in a painting. The newcomer was Lu Qinshin. Who knew if it was a coincidence, but Lu Qinshin coincidentally landed next to Zhao Feng and looked at the pond in front of her and sighed. Her eyes were like the autumn water, even clearer than the pond, and gave off a deep and peaceful aura. How did you catch up to me? Zhao Feng revealed himself. He didn't think that Lu Qinshin would land next to him so accurately. Although Zhao Feng's EQ was low, his intelligence wasn't low. Lu Qinshin's expression seemed to be filled with bitterness, but she didn't show any anger or hatred. Her eyes were as calm as the pond. Before my master passed away, he left me 2 copper coins of destiny. In his will, he said that it could determine my fate and fortune. She smiled charmingly, as if she was mocking herself. She flipped her jade-like hand, and another rusty copper coin appeared. This coin was extremely similar to the second coin that the little thieving cat had obtained. As expected, the only flaw that Zhao Feng could think of was the coin that the little thieving cat had taken. With the little thieving cat's personality, it obviously wouldn't hand over something that it had obtained. This meant that Zhao Feng had to bear the risk. If Lu Qinshin hadn't come alone, but had brought a few experts at the true spirit realm. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng broke out in cold sweat and opened his god's spiritual eye to look behind him, but didn't find any signs of pursuers. Don't worry, let the 2 of us solve our problems. Lu Qinshin's eyes stared at the handsome youth in front of her. With a single thought, they would become husband and wife. Solve? How? Zhao Feng felt a bit unnatural under her gaze. Perhaps he felt guilty and uneasy. Before we solve the problem, I want to tell you a story. Lu Qinshin smiled. At this moment, she was so beautiful that even Zhao Feng, who was usually emotionless, was slightly dazed. I'm all ears. Only now did Zhao Feng realize that he knew very little about his fiancée. Once upon a time, there was a sage who took in 3 female disciples. The wise one allowed the 3 women to each choose a legacy. Although the 3 female disciples were extremely talented, they could only comprehend one inheritance. Lu Qinxin spoke. Zhao Feng listened quietly. At this moment in time he was abnormally calm. The first disciple was extremely intelligent and chose the Tao of Fate. The second disciple was extremely beautiful and chose the Tao of Charm. The third disciple didn't compete with the world and loved music, so she chose the Tao of Entertainment. Lu Qinxin smiled faintly as she spoke up to hear. It looks like you're the inheritor of the first disciple. Zhao Feng was interested in the story. Lu Qinxin's master was indeed not ordinary. He had told Lu Qinxin to change her name and steal her fortune. From the little thieving cat's words, it seemed that this was a scheme against him, but it wasn't completely so. The first disciple was my master, but unfortunately passed away. The third disciple was my birth mother, but she was killed by the second disciple, who chose the Tao of Charm. Lu Qinxin said. Zhao Feng paused. The first and third disciples had both died, leaving only the second disciple who chose the Tao of Charm. Did this mean that the female disciple who chose the Tao of Charm was more suitable for survival? The story is over. Next, it's time to solve the problem between us. Lu Qinxin's eyes turned as she looked at Zhao Feng with a smile that wasn't a smile. Zhao Feng's hair stood on end from her gaze. Did this Lu Qinxin also want to force him into a marriage? Don't worry, I'm not here to force you into a marriage. Lu Qinxin sighed. It's just that your act of running away has brought great shame to the Flooding Lake, Lu family, and my father. Zhao Feng was silent. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for your father forcing me into a marriage, would this be the result? Also, I'm a girl. My chastity and reputation have been stained because of you running away. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart shook. His plan of running away had been based on his own interests. Zhao Feng's actions were the same as a divorce letter, divorcing this pure and noble girl. Then what do you want me to do? Zhao Feng asked. At this moment in time, he felt slightly guilty and decided to make it up to her. First, go to the Flooding Lake City and ask for forgiveness from my father and the Flooding Lake Lu family. From then on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Lu Qinxin said calmly. Then what's the second? Zhao Feng thought in his heart. If he went back and asked for forgiveness, wouldn't he be beaten into pieces by the experts of the Flooding Lake City? Who could withstand the anger of the Flooding Lake City Lord who had already reached the true spirit realm? Second, go back and get married. Lu Qinxin's face went slightly red. Zhao Feng almost fainted. Didn't he just say that he wouldn't force her to marry him? Which one will you choose? Lu Qinxin said in a low tone. I choose to continue running away. Zhao Feng's words changed. It wasn't realistic to ask him to go back and get beaten up or get married. The first one could be considered, but he had to wait until he was strong enough to be beaten up. You're a man, how can you? What about me? Zhao Feng's EQ was indeed low. So irresponsible. Lu Qinxin bit her lips. Man, I'm still underage. Zhao Feng's superior intelligence was revealed. Lu Qinxin was speechless. How about this? Why don't we make a bet? Lu Qinxin's eyes spun. Speak. Zhao Feng wasn't scared. You and I will spar here. If you win, you don't have to take any responsibility. But if you lose, you have to agree to one of the two choices. Lu Qinxin said faintly. Ha ha ha, if I lose, I'll go back and get married. Zhao Feng laughed confidently. Although Lu Qinxin's strength surpassed normal, half-step true spirit realm cultivators, and she even had a bloodline power. However, Zhao Feng had even escaped from those at the true spirit realm, let alone a measly girl. Is that so? Lu Qinxin smiled as she placed her palms together in front of her dantian. A terrifying aura was released from her palms. Instantly, all of her half-step true spirit chi had turned into true chi of true spirit. Chi of true spirit, you sealed your cultivation. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically.